Sir, we have got another name from Manoranjan. Is it you? Aniket, can you ask Professor that there is an log?
Okay. Sir, there is another participant joined with the same name, Manoranjan. Is it you, sir, with different ID? Please confirm.
Okay, leave.
Do I need to join from different ID?
No. There were we saw two names with Manoranjan Sinha, so we are just confirming.
I have joined from other computer so that I can see whether
Okay.
my face is coming or not coming. So those things I
Oh,
can
okay,
check.
sir. That is fine.
Okay.
universe is marvelous. Just look at the sky. Huge planets, bright stars, vast galaxies, massive clusters. It just fills us with tremendous amazement. In the last century, our exploration of the cosmos has reached unprecedented depths. From the first echoes of the Big Bang to the accelerating expansion of space, from dark matter and dark energy to ripples in space-time itself. Yet, with every answer, deeper questions have arisen. How far are we in understanding our universe? What lies at its beginning? Are there limits to knowledge, observation, and even comprehension? Is the astonishing order of the cosmos merely accidental? Or does its beauty, fine-tuning, and mathematical elegance point toward a deeper intelligence and purpose, as some of the greatest scientific minds have reflected across generations? To explore these profound questions, Bhaktivedanta Institute invites you to an extraordinary voyage through our cosmos, where some of the world's most brilliant scientific minds will share their insights and discoveries, including Andre D. Linde from Stanford University, John H. Schwartz, theoretical physicist, Caltech, USA, Wendy L. Friedman from the University of Chicago, Ofer Lahav from University College London, Avi Loeb, Harvard University, USA, Pankaj S. Joshi International Center for Space and Cosmology, India, and many more leading thinkers from across the globe. This is a space for rigorous science, open inquiry, and meaningful dialogue, where curiosity meets humility. Welcome back to your own astonishing home, the universe.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to all our guests, speakers, faculty member, and all our participants for joining us today from across the country and abroad for the Golden Jubilee lectures on Voyage Through the Cosmos, history, models, theories, latest images, and foundational issue in understanding the universe. My name is Aniket, and it's a great privilege to be your host for today's program. Over the past few days, we have journeyed across profound questions from the Big Bang theory and the black holes to the dark energy, string theory, the multiverse, and even the purpose of the universe. Today marks the grand conclusion of this enriching journey with 4 exciting lectures ahead. This lecture series is organized by Bhaktivedanta Institute, Kolkata, as a part of its Golden Jubilee celebration, marking 50 years of dedicated service to the humanity. So this timeline, today is the last day, and we'll end this lecture series today by 1 p.m. Before we move ahead, I would like to briefly summarize the schedule. So the first talk will be delivered by Professor Manoranjan Sinha, Department of Aerospace Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. He will be giving an talk on interesting topic, cosmology in Vedic tradition. Followed by that, the second talk will be delivered by Professor R.N. Iyengar, Center for Ancient History and Culture, Jain University, Bangalore, former Chair Professor, IISc Bangalore, and Raja Ramanna Fellow, DA. He will be speaking on the intriguing topic, concept of physical time in the Vedas. The third talk will be delivered by Professor M.S. Sriram, President of Professor K.V. Sharma Research Foundation, Chennai. Former Professor, Department of Theoretical Physics, University of Madras, will present essential features of Indian astronomy. The fourth and the last talk will be delivered by Professor Dipankar Banerjee, Vice-Chancellor, Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Thiruvananthapuram, who will speak on a voyage through our heliosphere to study our nearest star, the Sun. So before we proceed further, I would like to request all participants to please scan the QR code displayed on the screen to submit your questions to the speaker anytime during or after the lecture. You may take a screenshot also for a photo of the QR code, and also the Google form link will be shared in the chat box. So it's my very great pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker for today's first session, who is also a program chair of Voyage Through the Cosmos Lecture Series. Professor Manoranjan Sinha is a senior faculty member in the Department of Aerospace at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. His pioneering work on Lorentz force-based satellite attitude control addressed a 6-decade-old challenge in satellite dynamics. His academic work spanned areas such as flight dynamics, control system, aerodynamics, and aerospace vehicle design. At IIT Kharagpur, Professor Sinha has been involved in various academic research and departmental initiatives, development of aerospace laboratories, and collaboration on aerospace technology projects. His work emphasizes rigorous engineering fundamentals and innovative approaches to solving problems related to aircraft performance, stability, and control. With extensive teaching and research experience, he has contributed to training generations of aerospace engineers and guiding research in both theoretical and applied aspects of aeronautical engineering. So with this, I request Professor Manoranjan Sinha to take over the session and deliver his talk.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aniket. I hope my slides are visible.
Yes, sir. The slides are visible.
Okay.
Thank you.
My voice is audible sufficiently?
Yes, your voice is loud and clear.
So today's lecture it's about the cosmology in Vedic tradition. So I am not a cosmology expert, but I have read some of the Vedic texts, and even not the Vedic text fully realized. So right at the beginning, I would like to point it out. But certain ideas are with me, which I have derived from the Vedic cosmology. So I will try to present that. So this is the plan of presentation. First, I will introduce how we process the information, then a little bit about the modern science and cosmology, then epistemology in Vedanta, then we'll go to Vedic cosmology, then thereafter certain comparison, and we'll conclude finally. See, here we have either bottom-up approach or the top-down approach. So in the modern science, it takes the bottom-up approach. This is called the inductive approach. So you acquire knowledge through inductive approach. You add pieces by pieces and then finally build a big picture. In the Vedic one, both the models are used. So here the bottom-up approach and the top-down approach both are used together, and this constitutes the Vedic science. So in the top-down approach, you get knowledge from the higher sources, which are which cannot be refuted. Like say in the case we say that the human beings or the living entities are mortal. Okay, so this implies that Manoranjan Sinha, he is also mortal. Okay, because he is also a living being. So we are doing a deductive here. Arguments, and then we are telling that Manoranjan Sinha is also mortal because this all the living beings, they are mortal. Okay, but simultaneously we also add the bottom up approach because everything there is not in the top down approach. If you say the medicine you develop and you design a building, you design an aeroplane, you send satellites. So they are not based on the top-down approach. You may have certain idea, like in a top-down approach, what idea we get? We see that the planets are moving in the sky, so our satellite, why it cannot move? So that much idea you are getting. Similarly, the airplane, the birds are flying, so why we cannot fly? Then you will start assembling bit by bit, and then you try to imitate that. So this is what you are getting from the top down, means you have seen something, and based on that, then you are taking certain uh, decisions by adding bit by bit of the fundamentals. So in the Vedic science, both are used, but top-down approach, it essentially implies that you are getting knowledge from higher sources, which I will show later on in the Vedic epistemology, which cannot be refuted. So this is the definition here. If we see, top-down approach requires initial knowledge and experience about the subject. Bottom-up requires only conceptual tools such as method, algorithms, and access to the subject matter. Bottom-up approach, this is cognitively more natural to us. Okay, but top-down approach, it is more for the large goal-oriented problems or the projects. So I will return back to this subject later on. So unexplained weirdness of nature. So first we'll look into, already people have, many stalwarts, they have discussed about the cosmology. So we have seen that we cannot, we know what is happening, but why it is happening, we do not know. So why is the speed of light independent of relative motion of the observers? There is no answer to this. Okay. Why entanglement is taking place? No answer to this. We know that it's taking place, but no answer to that. Why the subatomic particles or even larger molecules, they are showing wave-like particle duality? There is no answer to this. Just we have to accept it. No explanation to quantum non-locality, as I told you. So all these are not answered in our modern science, because we are not having the top-down approach. Top-down approach means we don't have any source of top knowledge which will tell that because of this is happening. We are adding our own pieces and trying to build a bigger picture. So then we come to here, we see that what some of the top scientists, we have to say Charles Towns, he is the one of the Nobel laureate. He got Nobel Prize for the laser. So is it unreasonable to think that we already know enough about the natural world to be confident about the totality of the forces? So we are not sure that we know everything about the universe. Okay. Similarly, Stephen Hawking, he is making the same kind of statement. So thus we say, now the Einstein, he is telling that I want to know God's thought, the rest are the details. Now you see, whatever we know as of today, these are your working models. Okay, these are working models and not the actual reality. Like say, in the case, if I say we have the quantum mechanics. In the quantum mechanics, in the wave function, the iota that appears, we say this is the I or iota equal to -1 under root or under root -1, whatever you say. So this quantity, many people they say that it is in higher dimension. This that there are so many things I have heard and also written in many places, such kind of things. But the reality is that this is just a mathematical tool. Okay, and you are modeling some of the observed reality with certain mathematical functions. Okay, now why this I am telling this is mathematical tool, because you know that if we assume one times plus, the plus multiplied by plus, say +1 times +1, this is +1. If I assume that +1 times +1, this is -1, so your whole mathematics will change, but physical reality will not change. You can describe the same physics, okay, but the mathematics now turned upside down. Okay. So you see here in this iota, this is -1. What the Heisenberg in this wave equation, the iota which equal to -1 under root, which is appearing here, this will become +1 under root. Okay. So what we consider that this is the reality, and the way in the scientific literature or in the books the things are presented, it appears that it's representing the actual reality, but that's not the truth. Okay. The structural are building, making buildings. Okay, they are designing and doing everything. So they are not considering that it's made of atoms and molecules and like that. What they are, it's a continuum of matter, and based on that, all the physics is applied, and based on that, then you are designing big buildings, 100 stories and 300 stories like that. Okay, so you are aware of that. We have many high-rise buildings. So the basically whatever we observe, we mathematically model it. Okay, and some of the mathematics may fit it much better than others, but that does not represent that it's the ultimate truth. Okay. Now we come to the epistemology in Vedanta. So here we have three primary ways of acquiring the knowledge. What is called the pratyaksha, the direct perception, anumana, inference, and sabda, the revealed knowledge. So pratyaksha, the direct perception, here it has got limitation like the Brahma, Pramada, mistake, Karnaptava, and Vipralipsa. So illusion, mistake, limitation of senses, cheating propensity, all they exist. So we get eluded. See, we are our thing like the in the room next to me who is sitting, so I don't know. Okay, so this is our limitation. These are limitation of pratyaksha. We cannot directly know it. Okay, so pramada, similarly we do mistakes. Brahma, we are subject to illusion. Then limitation of senses, what I told, but that I cannot see in the next room. Similarly, cheating propensity. In the scientific literature, many things are reported which are not only wrong, but many times to get benefit, or say especially among the research scholars, they present the wrong things. Okay, if the result is not coming, they will force and present the result. So this is cheating propensity. So because of this, your protection knowledge, this gets limited. Then comes to anumana, inference. So here the logic cannot provide the final proof, as the Vedanta Sutra is telling. And then one should not use logic to understand what is inconceivable. This is in Mahabharata. So anumana, inference, based on anumana, you are guessing that in the universe this is lying, that is lying. So one example I can give, and anumana is basically your inductive knowledge. So here, say on a far hilltop, there is cloud, or it may be fire, and because of the fire there is smoke, and which is appearing like cloud, and you are thinking that it's a either fire, either it's a cloud. So whatever, but that inference may not be correct until unless you apply further judgment what this is really is by taking the spectral measures and other things. So inference is always subject to limitations, and it's not the final knowledge. So whatever you get about the cosmology, so that is not really a final knowledge. This is just limited knowledge, or you say you are modeling the reality, what you see, or what you infer through your radio telescope. You are inferring something, and then you are modeling it so that your model matches the observed data. This is what you are telling, you are doing. So this is one logic. Like I can give one inductive. Suppose that somebody is coming and giving somebody daily service, some amount of food. He is coming daily and giving some amount of food. Okay, so it appears that okay, and the person who is receiving the food or money, whatever. So he is thinking that this person is very nice, this world is very nice, and so on. He based on because he is building an inductive knowledge. today it has happened, tomorrow it has happened, day after tomorrow it has happened. So it has happened for, say, the 364 days, and 365 days that person comes and finishes. The person who was receiving the food or whatever, for whatever reason. So here his inductive knowledge has failed totally. So inductive knowledge, it's not foolproof. Okay, it may work under certain circumstances because it's a model of the ultimate reality. So the ultimate reality, what this is called the revealed knowledge. I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me comes remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all Vedas, I am to be known. Indeed, I am knower. I am the compiler of the Vedanta, and I am knower of the Vedas. This is Bhagavad Gita 15.15. This is the verse number where Krishna is telling to Arjuna that Sarvasya Chaham Hridayan Sannivishto Mata Smriti Jnanam Apunam Cha. So this is the verse there. So this is the meaning. So directly the knowledge can be revealed within the heart of one who is very pious, who is very advanced in spiritual knowledge. So they receive this kind of knowledge. Okay. And others may be what they are doing. So it may be the product of mind and product of your brain. So that does not constitute the revealed knowledge. So, however, this source of knowledge we are acquiring, say here, whatever Vedanta is telling, that individual soul is located here, and this is consciousness is shown, and you see the here the gross world where ether, air, fire, water, earth. These are not the air and fire, water. What you see, these are again the elements. These are the five basic elements described in Vedas or the Vedic literatures, but due to the Greeks, it has come to known that this is being referred to the earth, air, fire, water, etc. The name is the same, but it's a different. Then we have the five organs of acquiring the knowledge, the eyes, ears, and other things, and five organs of actions. Then related to the five organs, we have the auditory senses and other things, and five sense of actions. These are at the subtle level. Then above this, the mind is there, which combines all these informations, whatever is being, and then it tries to, with the help of intellect, then it tries to estimate what this knowledge is. Finally, it goes to the false identification. So here you assume that this is happening with me, this is I am doing, but actually this material knowledge, material nature is doing, and we think that as a soul that we are doing. This is called the false identification or false ego. Then here is lying the individual soul, and from the super soul, then the knowledge is descending down. So this is what is called the revealed knowledge from the super soul, or from the some of the some of his associates. Once the knowledge descends, so this knowledge, what is descending here, this is called the para sound. Okay. In Gautamiya Tantra, there are three counts of sounds, it's told. Okay. One is Madhyama sound. So what I am speaking now, this is comes within the Madhyama sound. And what is being communicated to the soul through all this through the channel of the this mind and other things, this is at the level of Pashyanti. Okay. And here if you go further above this, so communication between the soul and the super soul, that place at the para sound level. This is not the normal communication. So Max Planck, what he has to say, the fundamental and indispensable of every genuinely productive science are not based on pure logic, but rather on metaphysical hypotheses, which no rules of logic can refute. There exists an outer world which is entirely independent of ourselves. It is only through their immediate dictate of our consciousness that we know that this world exists. So now in Vedic cosmology, why this Vedic cosmology is important? Because here we try to understand why our existence is there, why do we exist, why so much pain in life. Many people, they do not want any pain, but they still suffer. Okay, you are thinking that best will happen and just the opposite thing happens. Okay. So as I told you, and you might have seen through all the lectures on the related to the cosmology, Hubble telescope and other things, many James Webb telescope and so many things. So all these are the knowledge you are either inferring or it's on the protective level, and based on those knowledge you are doing certain inductive measures, and through that you are generating certain knowledge in the form of mathematics or in the form of equation, but that does not constitute the final knowledge. As I told you that in the Heisenberg this wave function, this iota appearing, this is minus 1 under root, but if you do plus 1 under root there, still you will get the same physics, but in the reverse way. Reverse way means the pressure, if you say that this is the compressive pressure and you give it a plus sign, so the same compressive pressure will be indicated by a minus sign there. That is the only reversal which is taking place, and that is happening in just in the mathematical notations, that the plus sign gets minus, minus sign gets plus, but the physics remains the same. So mathematics can model anything. So what we get under the impression that okay, this is the final knowledge, the scientist has given this, scientist has given that, it's not the truth. You are just modeling. You are just modeling. All the time you are modeling the observed phenomena using certain mathematics. Okay. Say in the case of, I will take one example. In the case of, we have in the case of the aircraft. So aircraft, actually, if you see the aircraft is turning, so that turning motion, there is a moment acting on the aircraft, force acting on the aircraft. So that moment and the force, it results from the motion between the body axis and the wind axis. I need not go into all those technical details, but for the last 100 years, it was assumed that it's just the body axis moving, and because of that, the forces and moments are getting generated. So still the whole aircraft is working, isn't it? And still the same concept is being applied. This has not been updated, because updating it will require a lot of money investment. So nobody does that because it's a working. So your models are working, it's fine, but it may be away from the truth. Okay, so according to Vedanta, the purpose behind the manifestation of material world is to bring the deluded living entities back to the real platform of happiness by awakening the bhakti, the devotional yoga within everyone. Bhakti is the sublime devotional quality which connects the individual with the supreme. So our this Bhaktivedanta Institute, this founder director, Dr. T.D. Singh, he termed this as the big vision model. So confirmation of the big vision model, Roger Penrose is saying that universe has a purpose. It is not there for somehow or by chance. So similarly, this see the Isaac Newton, what he has to say, the most beautiful system of the sun planets could only proceed from the counsel and dominion of intelligent and powerful being. The problem is where it exists, that whatever we model, we think that this is the ultimate reality. But this is not true. This is just the mathematical modeling, and I have been working with the whole mathematics. I work in the planetary dynamics. I work with the satellite attitude control. I work with the aircraft. I work for the AMCA, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, the ADA is designing. So I know what is the reality and how the things are working. So your model may work, that's fine. There is no issue with that. To certain limit, to certain extent, to certain degree of error, it will work. But it is the ultimate reality. That's not the truth. So now we look into the Vedic cosmology, how the creation takes place. So you see this in the top left corner, it is shown that there is Krishna is standing there. So this is the Golok Dham, it's told. And from Krishna, this Mahavishnu is born. This is called he is called the Karnak Daksai Vishnu. And he is sleeping there, or he is basically in Yog Mudra, so in Yog Nidra, and in that numerous universe comes from his body, and once he inhales, so many of them they enter, okay, into his body and then gets destroyed. So I will come to the time scale, what is there. So it will come later on. Then this in Mahavishnu, then he expands himself, enters each of the universe as the Garbhodakshay Vishnu, and then the Garbhodakshay Vishnu, he expands himself, enters each of the atom and energizes it. The way the atom behaves, why any matter should exhibit gravity. Okay, if you are assuming this is the quantum space, say, what the quantum fluctuation taking place, and because of that this is coming, the universe is coming, why that quantum fluctuation should take place. Okay, so there is no answer to this. All these things never can be answered. Okay, so here you see that all the sustenance, it's basically the energy is coming from the Supreme Lord. Okay. Now here, this is I have indicated in terms of the controls. Those who are aware of the controls, so they may be knowing this, the block diagram. So Pradhana, this is the unmanifest state of matter, and within Pradhana itself, there are the three modes, which is called the mode of goodness, passion, and ignorance. But they are right now once they are in equilibrium, this Pradhana remains unmanifest. Okay, so it's not visible. Okay, once the three modes gets disbalanced, okay, then the Pradhana turns into what is called the Prakriti. So Prakriti is three modes disbalanced and Pradhana together. So and Prakriti is ready to bear fruits. Okay, so once the Mahavishnu, which I have told is a Karnodaksai Vishnu, he injects souls into this Prakriti, then this Prakriti is ready to bear the fruits. Then it starts producing the fruits, and that fruit manifests as Mahatattva. And thereafter, your whole this creation then unfolds. So this is the verse I have taken from Srimad Bhagavatam, 11th canto, 22nd chapter, and this is this is the Srimad Bhagavatam, 11th canto, 12th chapter, and 12th verse. So nature exists as the equilibrium of the three material modes, which pertain only to the nature, not to the transcendental spirit soul. Okay. Now the process of creation here, you can see in quite details, it's given here. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, through that Mahavishnu and all other things, those things are not shown here. Then the time factor is shown here. Without time factor, nothing will happen. So Pradhana is there, 24 elements. Then the three modes of material nature is shown there. Then the spirit is injected. Okay, so this matter is ready to bear fruits or produce the result, which is called the Mahatattva, and this is the animated matter now. So from there, then the false ego gets generated. The false ego, then the mind, intelligence, and this is the false ego. Then you have the mind and intelligence coming out, and then the five subtle elements, five gross elements. What I have shown in the earlier one, five subtle elements are basically the feeling of touch, and then the smell and other things. And the gross elements, this Chitijal, power, governance, Samira, fire, water, ether, all those things, it comes here. Five sense organs, this has been shown in the previous slide, and this is the mind. So finally, you get a body here. So, and this body, where the embodied soul is connected with this body and experiences and thinks that I am the body itself. So this is called the false ego, which manifests finally in recognizing the self with the body. So in the Bhagavad Gita, this material nature, which is one of my energies working under my directions. So this is the verse from 9th chapter and verse number 10th. Maya dakshena prakriti suyatasya characharam hetu nanakvantaya jagat vipraparte. So this is the verse whose meaning it's given here. So see, Werner Heisenberg, what he has to say, there is a higher power not influenced by our wishes, which finally decides and judges. Similarly, the dissolution of the universe, already we see the dissolutions happening. Every day people are dying. Somewhere the war is taking place. People are dying. So these are a small dissolution. Then the partial annihilation takes place. It takes place at the end of one day of Brahma. That means it's 12 hours. Then elemental or the universal annihilation takes place once the Lord Brahma 100 years age is over. So when the two halves of the lifetime of Brahma are complete, the basic elements of creation are totally annihilated. Thus, According to Vedanta, our universe will end in another 155.518 trillion years. This is the life of the universe remaining. What is the nature of time? So in the modern science, in the Newtonian mechanics, it appears as a background, okay, in which your event takes place. In the general relativity or the special relativity, you see this entering as the in the general relativity, it enters as the fourth dimension, okay, and then Stephen Hawking also assumed that there is one another time, imaginary time he proposed. Now we look into the Vedanta, what it has to say. So Vedic description of time. Maitreya said, eternal time in the primeval is the primeval source of interaction of the three modes of material nature. So unless time is not present, this interaction of the modes will not take place. And this is the interaction which creates imbalance. So this is because of the time. It is unchangeable and limitless, and it works as an instrument of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd canto, 10th verse, 10th chapter, and verse number 11. And the real time, how it's given. So real time, atomic time is measured according to its covering a particular atomic space. So this is given in Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd canto, 11th chapter, verse number 4. Okay. And A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who was the inspiration for founding this Bhaktivedanta Institute. So what he has to say is, metaphysically, time is distinguished as absolute and the real. Absolute time is continuous and is unaffected by the speed or slowness of the material things. Real time is measured astronomically. So basically, the time what we feel, it's a activity of our mind. Now see the relativity existing, what is given in Vedic literature. So on the right, in the top right, you see in the blue shirt, this is Kakudami, and on the lotus, this is the Brahma. So Kakudami, he was son of Raivat Manu. Okay, and Raivat Manu, once Kakudami's daughter was Revati. So Revati once got eligible for marriage, so he could not find a suitable groom for her. Then he went along with Revati to Lord Brahma's abode. And once Lord Brahma he went there, so Lord Brahma was busy in certain court affairs. So as soon as he finished, so hardly few minutes. So in the meanwhile, Lord Brahma, he put his question before Brahma. So he told that 27 Chatur Yugas, it's already passed. Okay, so 27 Chaturyugas, one Chaturyuga is basically one Mahayug, which is 4.32 million years, basically, one Chaturyuga. So 0.11664 billion years, earthly years pass in this Chaturyuga. But actually, the Raivat Manu, he belongs to the fifth Manvantar. And Kakudami was his son. So there are some spanning. Even the fifth is getting over, and then the sixth is getting over. And this is currently the seventh Manvantar is going on. And then seventh Manvantar, 27 Chaturyugas, it's already over. Then the Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, it's over. And this Kali Yuga is running, of which 5,100 years, it's already over. So you see that relativity is there. Now you will see that Raivat Manu has gone there. So in that, because of the motion, this relativity is happening. That's not true. You just look, while the Brahma is telling to him, he told that, see, already 7 Chatur Yugas in this Manvantar, it's already passed. Okay, so Dwapar Yuga is to what end? Krishna Balram is there. Go and marry your daughter Revati to Balram. Okay, so if it would have taken him so much of time, so Brahma would not have told him that you just go there and then marry your daughter. So it's a domain effect. So here it's a telling that because of the domain, there are certain domains where the time runs very slowly. Another example on the bottom, it's a given. This belongs to pastime of Lord in Vrindavan. So as a child, he was there, and Brahma has told the cowherd boys, so only for a second, or say the few seconds. But in the meanwhile, the 1 year passed on this earth. Okay, and Krishna, he manifested himself in many of the cowherd boys, as you can see on the right hand picture. So these are all indicating that there are domain specific time yeah, how the time is running. It's not just the relativity. Okay. So even Brahma, he lives for one nimesha. It's a fraction of a second. Perhaps, if I don't remember correctly, it may be 3/16 or 1/16. One nimesha. It's a less than. It's just a nimesha means once you blink. This is called one nimesha. So and Brahma lives for just that much of time of Krishna. So Brahma's total life is 3.11.04 trillion years total life, and out of which I have already indicated 155 something it's already spent. Okay, here this is a time scale given for how Manvantara and other things. So this may not be of interest right now. We'll go to the next slide. Okay, so these are the some of the features of our universe. What the Vedic cosmology tells us. It's a closed shaped, egg-shaped, closed. It's a closed and egg-shaped. It's not open. The percentage is given. All these things are given here. Okay, our universe will end in another 155.518 billion trillion years. So there are innumerable universes, as we have indicated in the picture above. Here in this left-hand top is here now innumerable universes are coming. Okay, it's not that just one universe. So your multiverse, whatever you are telling. So in the multiverse picture, many we are showing they are clung together, but that is also not written there. They are sticking together. So now we come to the actual this solar dynamics. So in the solar, this is written in a different language. So if you see here, I will go through this quickly. Sun heats up the universe and maintains the proper order. It also gives light to help all living beings. While passing toward the north, toward the south, or through the equator, in accordance with the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, it is said to move slowly, swiftly, moderately. Means the sun is moving swiftly, slowly, and moderately according to the movement in rising above, going beneath, or passing through the equator. So it passes through the equator of the Earth. This is because inclination is there. It will come later on. And then correspondingly coming in touch with various signs of the zodiac headed by Makar, days and nights are shorter, longer, or equal to one another. It will get to this. You see here, so nowhere the Bhagavatam or the Vedic literature it's telling that the earth is flat. Okay. And the earth, many people, even in the West, they say that the earth is flat, and they have done experiment and have died also falling from the rocket. Okay. So here earth rotates in 23.56, 23 hours, 56 minutes once. If it rotates in 24 hours, so you will see that if there is 12 p.m. right now, so after 24 hours, when the earth is here, so at the 12 p.m. there will be night. So your biological things will change, and this world will be very much different. What you see as the variation of the season, it's because the inclination of the axis of the earth, and this is toward the sun. So here, if you see the cursor, here this is the axis of the rotation of the earth, and here the sun is there. So right now in the northern hemisphere, if you see this is the summer, and on the southern hemisphere this is winter. Okay, and opposite thing will opposite happens. But this 12-hour times, this because of the 4 minutes which gets accumulated and makes 12 hours over the 6 months here, because of this takes place. So our earth is this spherical in shape. There is no doubt about this. This gives you a picture about the galactic plane. This is the Milky Way galaxy. Somewhere here the sun is shown, and toward this is our orbit, which is making 60.2 degree with the galactic plane. And here the Earth is shown. Earth's orbit is shown to in this place, and to this plane, the Earth is inclined at 23.5 degree approximately. This varies over a period of time. So now we go to another one. So here it is again shown. This is the axis of the Earth, and galactic plane has been shown here, and galactic latitude. So right now your Earth's axis is pointing toward the Polaris. Another in the 14,000 AD, it will be not pointing toward the Polaris. So what you call the Dhruva star, or the polar star, this will no longer be the axis lying on the axis of the Earth. Rather, this Vega here written here, it will be axis of rotation of the Earth will be lying here. So in fact, this rotation takes place around 25,800 years. So if you see here, this is the toward the Polaris, and this axis itself, it precesses, and this precession takes place because Earth is not perfect a sphere, it is bulged, and because of the torque which is produced on the Earth because of this bulge, and you know from your rigid body dynamics that any object, rigid body object, which is spinning on its axis, and if you apply a torque to this, so it will start precessing. So for that reason, your Earth precesses, and here it's written 26,000 years, but it's approximately 1 degree in 72 years. So that turns out to be around 25,800 years or something, if I remember correctly. So maybe we can take it 26,000 years. So here again, it's written toward the Vega, so our Earth axis will change. Okay, now if you see even our literatures which is related to astronomy, Indian astronomy, not I am talking about the Bhagavatam or any other thing. This mentions that the Earth's axis itself, this is called the equinox. So equinox is precessing. So or the polar axis of the Earth is precessing. So here if you see, it is moving in 26,000 years, and you don't have any instrument to measure it, neither your life is so long, so how you will measure? So this knowledge has descended from the top somewhere in time. Okay, and over the period of time, it gets also corrupted, it gets also lost. So this is not because we are not having any instrument to measure it very correctly. Nowadays, we can calculate based on the rigid body dynamics that we know the inertia of the Earth about various axes, and the torque distance from the Earth to Sun. So how much torque is being produced. So this is known to us, and therefore we can calculate what will be the precision rate. But this was not earlier there. So how they are getting all this knowledge? In one lifetime, it's not possible. Even in 100 lifetimes, it's not possible. Okay, so you have to measure it, you have to see, observe it, and then only it can be predicted. So neither you had instruments that sophisticated to measure it. So coming to this, we have here the sun, and see the Earth is, this is the modern view what we have. The Earth is here moving around this sun. So as we look from the sun, from the Earth to the sun, so see here in the September, the sun will appear to be in the constellation of Leos. Similarly, here in the November, sun will appear to be in the constellation of Scorpio. So this way, if you see from the Earth, so apparently the sun is moving, and as the inclination, once the Earth axis is pointing toward the sun, and it is pointing toward the away from the sun, while it goes in the opposite place. So accordingly, your sun will appear to move across the equator. Okay, so this description given in Bhagavatam, then it's perfectly correct. There is just a matter of perspective, from what perspective you have described it. You see here the same thing is being described here. December, this is winter solstice in the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere. What is happening there? So right now it is here in this is June, and once your axis is away from the sun, so this is winter, and then here this is summer, and here your day and night, they are equal, because the axis on the equator, you get just the vertical sun rays are falling, and therefore days and nights are equal. Here again, the same thing is being depicted here in the southern course of the sun, how the nights are becoming longer. Here the longest night, you see, once at this place, this is the longest night, and as soon as from the Dhanu Rasi or the Sagittarius, as it enters the Makar, and it is going, basically it is crossing the equator here and entering the Makar Rasi. It is going in the northern hemisphere, and then the northern course of the sun. So this is the longest day, then happens around in the June, and here you have the longest night, which happens in the December. So this is the way it's happening, and all these details given in Bhagavatam, it's correct. So when the sun passes through the Mesh and Tula, the duration of day and night are equal. When it passes through the 5 sun headed by Vrishabh Taurus, and the duration of days increases. So it's increasing, decreasing, whatever is happening. So all it's given and it happens to be correct. Nothing wrong there. So when sun passes through the 5 signs beginning with Vrishchik, duration of days decreases. Again, it's a given the sun moves fast, sun moves slow. Already I have shown you in the one of the words. So what is happening there? So actually the Earth is moving in elliptical orbit. So because of this, near the periapsis, Earth is moving very fast, and about the apoapsis is moving slow. So your apparent rate of change of angle of the sun, it becomes faster and slower. Therefore, you can say that the sun is moving faster, sun is moving slower. So all these things written from the perspective while we see it from the Earth. Okay. So when the passes through the sun passes through the five sign beginning from which duration of days decreases. So see here it's a given there, and then gradually it increases month after month until the day and night becomes equal. So these are not text on cosmology. These are text on the devotion, where you can connect with the Supreme, and you know that whatever the knowledge you are acquiring, it's all mathematical modeling. This is nothing absolute about this knowledge, that this is the only correct thing and nothing else is correct. Okay. Okay, so here again it's a given mountain, sun moves over a mountain. Again, this mountain is a given there, but if we don't see any mountain, so people would not have been fool. Yes, basically Vyasdev has written this, so he's not a fool that he will write that the sun is moving over a mountain. It's not visible. So but the what is the circumference of the sun's orbit? It's written here. Okay. So the sun's god chariot estimated to be 6,000 yojan. Now the chariot, his sun's god chariot length is given, and once you divide by this this length, then what you get, this is the length of a constellation. Okay, I have calculated. Once you divide it by the previous this one, this much of miles by or the yojan by this yojan, so you will get around 27. You have 27 constellation. So basically here it says the chariot is nothing but your length of one constellation. Okay. So now the living entities, these are described about the different living entities. It may not be of interest right now. Now here it says the chariot of the sun god has only one wheel, which is known as the Samvatsar. Samvatsar, this is referring to 1 year, and it has 12 spokes. Now you see these are 12 spokes are the 12 months, and this way it has been described. It's not written in the modern language, but information given is correct. It's not wrong. Okay. Then this is conversation between the Parikshit Maharaj and the Sukdev Goswami. So he is telling that you have already affirmed the truth that supremely powerful sun god travels around Dhruv with Dhruv both Dhruv and Mount Sumeru on his right, and at the same time sun god faces the signs of zodiac and keeps the Sumeru and Dhruv on his left. How this is reasonable and possible? So basically, there is a conception of Dhruv Loka and what the polar is, and also the conception of Mount Sumeru. Mount Sumeru is not a mountain because Mount Sumeru is given to be narrow at bottom and wide at the top. So you have never seen any mountain which is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. So this is not basically a mountain. This is something, some cosmic axis or whatever it may be. I have not been able to decipher till now this. Okay. So it is
Sir,
basically this is telling that time is over.
I request you to please conclude in 1 or 2 minutes.
So here what it is telling that the sun god, the basic concept is in the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Sukdev Maharaj replies that we have seen the potter's wheels, what we call in Hindi chap. So potter's wheel, you will see that it's a moving and together one ant is there, so ant moves with that potter wheels, and also ant's motion is different from the potter wheels because on the potter wheels itself the ant is also moving. The same way the description has been given about the motion of the this planets or the this various constellation. So because of the rotation of the earth about its axis, constellation moves. Okay. And because of the Earth's motion around its rotation of one axis, and because of the Earth's rotation on its Earth's orbital motion, the constellation changes takes place. So at a different time, you will see that the sun is in different constellations. So already I have shown that. So these all the concepts, whatever is given, it's a well verified. Okay. So it is given in this verse where he is telling this potter wheels and this analogy. So sun god has three speeds: slow, fast, and moderate. So this speed comes because of the Earth's motion around the sun, which is moving at fast, moderate, and slow. So faster it is at the periapsis, slow it is at the apogee, intermediately it is moderate. So then there are distances and other things given, which I have not been able to decipher right now. And then the one plane is mentioned. So this plane is also, it's a different and different descriptions are given. So I have not been able to get into all these details, but crudely this appears like this, but don't take it as it is, because nothing in the three dimension on one plane you cannot live. Any living entity cannot be of two dimension, because it will get into half because of the food digestive system. So it will 2D creature cannot exist. So the same thing is shown here. This is the Tapoloka, which is the Lord of abode of Brahma. This is the Gardhavak Sai Vishnu, which is from whom this Lord Brahma gets generated. And you see the different concepts, but you don't take as it is, because this is not in the visual domain the way it has been written. And outside this, then we have the covering on the universe, where the first covering is we have the earth. First covering is water, then this is fire, then the air, then the ether, then mind, intelligence, and false ego. These are the these are basically the coverings, if I remember this correctly. And each of the covering which is going outside, so it's 10 times the previous covering. So it's suggested that what the largest space structure you see, those larger space structures may be interaction of the elemental elements which is taking place in this band. Okay, these are all the details which may not be of the interest right now. So we wind up. Okay, this one last, with this I will wind up. So this is the Markandeya Rishi. So Markandeya Rishi, basically he wanted to see the illusory potency of Lord, how he produces illusion. So what he did, that Lord blessed him. Okay, you will get this. Then this was the Nar Narayan Rishi. So Nar Narayan Rishi, then he left, and then he went to his hermitage, this Markandeya Rishi, and then after a few days, what he saw, that very big clouds are coming, and then thereafter water comes, and then it's a total devastation, and then he is floating in devastating water, and it's so happening. Then he is million of years he is lying in that water, and he is not dying, but he is feeling all the pains and everything. And then he saw that one child, bluish colored child, is sitting on one banyan tree. One of the small island, there is a banyan tree on the small child is sitting on a small banyan tree leaf, sleeping. And once he saw, so once the child inhaled, he went inside, and he saw that okay, everything is already there, that he is there in the hermitage is there, his hermitage and everything as is intact. Then again he is thrown back, and he is thrown into this. Then he rushes, he understands that what is happening, then he rushes to hold the lotus feet of the Lord. Then as soon as the Lord vanishes, and all the illusion vanishes. So whatever you see in this material world and thinking that this may be a pure reality, this may even be just because the Lord Vishnu is in the Yog Nidra. So all this is happening at that level. Everything is being created. So Lord can produce anything, anytime, and you will manipulate the matter. You will create semiconductor. You will go to this planet, that planet. You will do all sorts of endeavors, write mathematics, model airplanes, satellites, everything, make buildings, everything. So all this basically it's the illusory potency of the Lord, which if he withdraws, everything goes. If he gives you, you remain in the illusion. So this is a very much a learning story, which is the real story. It's not just what the people they call mythology. These are not mythology. These are the real story, which was revealed in the heart of Lord Vyasdev. Okay, so you will say that how do we know the past? So you know the past because you are doing recording today and producing in the hard disk and showing it to somebody else. So okay, this is the proof. So similarly, Lord Brahma, he revealed, and Lord himself, Lord Krishna, he himself revealed the matter within the heart of the Lord Vyasdev, and from there the whole thing is known. So this is the revealed knowledge, and nobody can challenge this knowledge. Okay, whatever you do, whatever you model, it will always remain a mathematical model, never a complete truth. Okay, so concluding remark, the theistic model of the Vedantic cosmology has many interesting features. We have already seen that scientific cosmology is incomplete in describing origin of the universe. Cosmology may be one of the meeting points between science and spirituality if we use the top-down approach, both together. So we may do much better than what we are doing today. Okay. So thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Sinha, for enlightening and intellectually enriching lectures. Very beautifully connecting Vedic wisdom with the modern understanding of cosmology. And now we would like to begin the question and answer sessions. We have got quite interesting questions. So could you please unshare, sir? Could you please unshare the screen?
Okay, just 1 minute.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, the gentle reminder for audience.
Is it unshared
You
now?
can, yes, it is unshared.
Okay, thank you.
You can keep posting your questions by scanning this QR code or click on the link in the chat box. So the first question from Dr. Bharat Pandey, Government PG College, Ranikhet, Almora, Uttarakhand. Sir, I want to ask if Vedic cosmology describes the universe as cyclic, timeless, and multidimensional, and Einstein's theory of relativity shows that space and time are relative and interconnected. Could it be possible that ancient wisdom Vedic thinkers intuitively conceptualized a form of space-time reality similar to modern physics? And if yes, are we rediscovering what was already philosophically understood thousands of years ago?
See, here what I will state that this is not the intuitive thinking. This is revealed knowledge. Okay, if you think that Ved Vyas is like Manoranjan Sinha, an ordinary person, this is not true. Ved Vyas, Ved Vyas, he is the Maharshi Ved Vyas. He was extraordinary. He is called to the Saktavesa avatar of Lord Krishna, literary incarnation of Lord Krishna. So these are all the revealed knowledge. Okay, and based on that revealed knowledge, so I have not talked about the anything multidimensional because I have not myself experienced it, so I am not telling about that. But the what the Vedic science, the Vedas, they are telling that there are the demigods are present. So demigods obviously we do not see because they are not made of the same tattva. We have the ether, water, for all these things. Earth, ether, fire, water, all these things are there. Kshitijal, Pavak, Gagan, Sabira. So all these elements are there, but they are not made of the same elements. So why don't we see the soul of others? Why don't we see the subtle bodies? It's because we are not made of the same tattva, and we are made of the tattva which is more gross. It's not the subtle. So those who are in the subtle domain, they can view the subtle ones, but we are not subtle living elements, and therefore we are not able to visualize wherever higher dimension or whatever it may be. So the demigods, they exist in the subtle beings, or either the Lord Krishna himself existing, or the soul. Do we see the soul ever? But the consciousness, we know that we are ourselves conscious. Okay. So we never have even percepts. Only through inference we can make it, or either we have the revealed knowledge. So through revealed knowledge we know all these things. So this is not intuition. So if you tell that this is the intuition, then it becomes inference. You are making certain inference based on your certain observation or whatever it may be. So this is not intuition. This is really the revealed knowledge.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for clearly explaining. And we would now take next question from Hariom, Uttarakhand. I may be a question of stupidity, but still I'm asking. The God created the universe, but who created the God? What is the source of God's creation or God's energy? Any scientific explanation, please?
I will give you. So this is basically not a right question. What I will tell here, see the Vedic literature, they tell that Iswara Parma Krishna Sachidanand Vigraha Anadi Radir Govinda Sarv Karan Karanam. Iswara Parma Krishna. Iswar, he is the Supreme God. Supreme God, Parma Krishna. Krishna is the Supreme God. Sachidanand Vigraha, Satchit Anand, he is deity of Satchit Anand. Anadi Radir Govinda, he is the beginning, and Anadi, he is also whose no beginning is there. Sarva Karan Karanam, and he is the cause of every cause. So as soon as you assume that God is created by somebody, so then who has created the God? The other body who is creating the God. So this question will come. So this is not a right question. So similarly, somewhere many people say, can't the Supreme Lord devise a stone which will kill the stone itself, kill the God himself, because he is all powerful. So he should be able to do this. Then in one of the reply, Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, he told that, okay, he can also do that. This stone will kill Krishna and Balaram will make him alive. Okay, so he can pretend, he can create anything. He can create all sorts of illusion. So this is revealed knowledge. That's why this is called revealed knowledge. And whatever you do here, whatever you model, these are all models. These are not the truths. Whatever we see, these are all, and based on that, we design the computer, we design see that we are designing quantum computer, and then so on. So all these are based on our observation. We have modeled something and something works. Aircraft also works, as I told you. Because the aircraft force and moment, it depends on the rotation, relative rotation of the wind axis and the body axis. But all the aircrafts are just based on its modeling are based on the rotation of the body axis, not on the relative rotation. So how it's working? It's working. There are certain limits of tolerance and other things depending on different system, and it's working, and it will work. Okay, so this question is not proper, as I told you, because he is the Supreme Lord and he is the beginner. And as soon as you assume the other one who is creating him, so another question will arise: who is creating him? Similarly, the observer. If you think that inside, no, this is creating this is creating this, and then consciousness is getting generated, so it will have infinite sequences. So it's the ultimate observer. The soul is the ultimate observer, and it's observing. So this is not this is epistemologically correct. Okay, and not only scientifically. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for precisely answering, citing our Vedic scriptures. So the next question from Bangalore University. What is the definition of a universe according to Vedic cosmology? Are different universes as per Vedic cosmology interconnected? What's supposed to be center of our universe? Egg-shaped universe? What is the justification?
See, the Vedic literature, it gives our information that there are different universes and they are not connected at all. So in our universe, it's a four-headed Brahma is there. Some of the universe, there are infinite number of heads of Brahma. There are one-headed Brahma, there are two-headed Brahma, there are three-headed Brahma. So all the universes are different. It's not the same. Okay. So what is the definition of universe according to our Vedic cosmology? So it's telling that it's the except. Except means it's what we see. We are able to see only third dimension. So what we do not see, and the language which is converted to a language which we can understand, what we can perceive. So this you can consider that this is the flaw that gets into because of conversion into a language or whatever we perceive or we understand. Once we are converting it, then it gets generated. Otherwise, except does not mean that it's exactly a. Okay, but it's a given there. It's a except. So we understand that it's a except means it's a closed. This is what it's telling. You cannot see the other universes. You cannot interact with the other universes. It's a self-contained. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for addressing this question. We would like to take next question from Saurabh Nagpur. Where can one find all these details in books?
Okay, you can refer to the Srimad Bhagavatam published by this Bhaktivedanta Book Trust. Okay, and there you can refer to the third canto, part 1, part 2. Then you read the fifth canto. There the cosmology, this planetary system, all other things are given. So in the third canto, all the elemental development, the charts I have presented you, so they belong to the third canto. And then some information is there in the 11th canto, 10th canto also there. So all these things are given already. It's there. And other Puranas also they are having. In Vayu Purana, if you see in Padma Purana, Vishnu Purana, some of the information are there. So it's scattered over different Puranas.
Thank you, sir, for sharing about different books. So the last question for this talk is from Rajesh, consultant. A modern cosmology is based on predictive power. What specific predictions does Vedic cosmology make that can be experimentally tested today?
See, modern cosmology not based on predictive power, it's based on inductive knowledge. Okay, you are doing induction. This is there, then this is there, and then based on that you are doing this. Vedic cosmology, it's a given certain the top knowledge. Okay, on the top of this is the knowledge, and this is the ultimate thing. Okay, and then the deductive knowledge you will apply. Okay, and if you combine both the inductive knowledge you will apply, and deductive knowledge is coming from the top, which is the Vedic cosmology is giving you. So already I exhibited you that whatever the information is given, so it's based on the Earth point of view. Those the sun motion, how it's moving fast and slow. So already, and I have shown you how from the modern cosmological point of view, I have converted it and shown you through the figures that it's true. There is nothing wrong with that. And there are many other information which I myself do not understand. So about that I can say nothing.
So thank you very much, sir. With this, I would like to thank you for addressing all the questions and delivering a talk which has given a deeper appreciation on the profound connection between Vedic thoughts. And we truly grateful for your time and valuable contribution. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
So with this, we will move forward with the second speaker, Professor R.N. Iyengar. He has already joined and will be speaking on the topic concept of physical time in Vedas. So a brief announcement. Please scan the QR code and click on the link in the chat box to submit your questions. And it's my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker, Professor Iyengar. He's a renowned for his contribution to earthquake engineering, random vibrations, mathematical modeling, and natural science in Sanskrit. As a faculty at the Indian Institute of Science from 1969 till his retirement in 2005 as KSIDC Chair Professor, Iyengar published over 200 technical papers, report, journal articles, and books. He was Distinguished Smith Chair Professor, FAU USA 1995, and Director CSIR CBRI 1994 till 2000. He is currently Distinguished Emeritus Professor at the Jain University, Bangalore. Iyengar received initial training in Sanskrit studies in the traditional way. This made him an avid reader of ancient texts in the original. He has developed, combining Indic intellectual traditions with modern method, a new line of study of Indian knowledge systems. His findings on comets, eclipses, earthquakes, ancient geography, pole star through in Vedic literature, concept of probability in classical music have attracted worldwide attention. He brought out the Parasara Tantra, an ancient Sanskrit treatise on astronomy and natural sciences, with text translation and notes in 2013. He edited in 2018 Narad Shilpam, a medieval prose text on architectural civil engineering from 3 manuscripts with translation and notes. He is presently critically editing the Vritta Samhita, a large corpus of manuscripts on astral sciences. A part of his corpus, namely Mahasalilam, published in 2024, is the most ancient Vedanga text on astronomy and astrology. Fellowships and honors of R.N. Iyengar include FNA, FSc, FNASI, FAVH Foundation, Raja Ramanna Fellow, Vishwasharya Award, Technology Day Award, Vaishvik Award, Saraswati Saman of Central Sanskrit University, Shastram Mahamna Award 2026. So with this, I would like to invite Professor R.N. Iyengar to please deliver your talk. Over to you.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction.
Please share your screen, sir.
Yeah, I have to share my screen, yes. Are you able to
Yeah, I could see your screen. Please go on PowerPoint presentation.
Trying to screen sharing.
The screen is already shared, sir. Please open your PowerPoint PPT.
Says remove spotlight. What should I do? I have to go to my desktop, right?
Sir, yes, I mean, you please go to your screen, PowerPoint presentation, directly open PowerPoint presentation.
I kept it on my desktop and I have sent it to you also.
Can you minimize the screens?
Have to minimize?
Yeah, minimize and go on desktop, and you may please open PowerPoint.
Okay, let me tell. Professor
Showing
Iyengar, you
screen.
can first of all, you click the sharing button on the bottom of the screen. Then you will get lot of screens. There you select the PowerPoint screen, the sub screen. First you go to screen sharing at the bottom of the screen now in the Zoom. And then you will get lot of options there. There you select only the PowerPoint screen.
There is option of share screen just beside chat option.
Yeah, can you see now?
Yes, we can see now.
Okay. I will proceed.
Please full screen. Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm going to talk about the concept of physical time in the Vedas. I will not be going into any kind of philosophical issues. We all know what is time in our own way. But to characterize or to describe or to define is not going to be easy. So in this talk, I want to restrict myself to the few Vedic concepts that eventually lead to the measurement of physical time that is both short and long. In India, in the last 4,000 to 5,000 years. I start with a statement which is there in a text called the Maitrayani Aranyaka. I have quoted that here. It says that Suryo Yonihi Kalasya Tasyaita Drupam Yanimeshadi Kalam Sambritam, etc. And later on it says Dvevava Brahmano Rupe Kalascha Akalascha. What it means is the following. It says there are two forms for Brahman, or the ultimate consciousness, or the ultimate reality, whatever you may like to call. One is Kala, the other is Akala. Kala means which has Kala. Kala in Sanskrit means parts, divisions, or discretization. So that time which is understood in parts, like the Nimisha, Masa, Vatsara, whatever may be the unit, or the sunrise to sunrise, a Muhurta, they are all Kala. But Akala doesn't have any such division. Now, when was Akala happened? It says before the birth of sun, because Surya Yonihi Kalasya. So only after the manifestation of sun, time started, or time is what we are measuring. This Akala is the Paravidya. Well, you know, in the Vedic division of the knowledge, Paravidya and Aparavidya are divided. Aparavidya is the one which we get through our senses and intellect. That which is beyond our five senses, intellect, and our instruments is Paravidya. And sun is supposed to be the border between the Paravidya and the Aparavidya. I am concentrating only on the Aparavidya, that is the physical time. Now, how did in the Vedic period concept of time come up? We have to understand the concept of Soma and the Somapana. Generally, when we talk of Somapana, people think that it is the juice which is taken by the priests in the Somayaga and the sacrifices and things like that. Well, it is done. But if you see from where this started, in the Rig Veda, there is a mantra which says that the Indra drank 30 lakes of Soma in one go. Ekaya pratida pibat sakam saramsi trimshatam. Indraha somasya kanuka. I hope you are able to see the screen quite well. And then the explanation for this in our tradition, in the Vedic tradition, for the last nearly 4,000 years or whatever, is by Nirukta. A Nirukta is a text which is written by a person, a rishi called Yaska. And the tradition says many of the Vedic mantras are used for yajnas, no doubt, but they have another meaning. That meaning is the Adidaivata meaning. That Adidaivata meaning, as per that, Indra drinks 30 lakes of Soma means it is actually the decreasing phase of moon in the Krishna Paksha. There are 15 mornings and 15 nights in a Paksha or in a fortnight, and Indra is the Kalabhimani. In fact, Sayana Bhashya, Sayana, who represents primarily the Yajnika, or the sacrificial interpretation of the Vedas, he also, of course, in many places gives the other meanings also. He says, Nairukya Prasidhya Kalabhimani Indra. Indra is actually should be treated as time. He is a Devata, you want to call it in a traditional way as some god you can, or you can call as a natural force, or maybe a regent deity. You may give any name or a parameter as in modern science. Indra represents time. Time measurement itself may be different, but Indra is going to be the Devata for Indra. I'm sorry, for Kala. And that Kala is actually Soma, and it is decreasing in the Krishna Paksha, that is the phases of moon. So in this sense, moon is a proxy for Soma. So moon is also called Soma. And Soma Rasa can be a proxy on earth of a particular plant for the original Vedic Soma. That is how in the Yajnas, a particular herb is brought, which in fact the ancient texts say it would increase for 15 days in the Shukla Paksha and it would decrease, that is, the leaves would fall down in the Krishna Paksha for 15 days. So it represented moon on earth in a way, in a symbolic way. This we have to keep in mind because all of Kala concept in Veda, starting from the Veda, is connected with Soma and Indra. Now, this number 30 which came up there, how did it come? It is a measure actually. It is a measure of the time in terms of morning and night in the Krishna Paksha. So it is 30. If you combine the two and say it is Ahoratra, then it will be 15. These are not exact values as per modern analysis, but the modern thing which came up, modern means not the present day thing, in the Siddhanta period, Aryabhata afterwards, they were very accurate. We are talking of a period several thousand years before that. There also they had the numbers in the Rig Vedas. They were integers mostly. And there are several such numbers, 3, 7, 12, etc. You may say small numbers, maybe it represents some money which is given, some home which is there, the number of people and all that. But there is one number, very peculiar number, 3,339, that comes up in the 10th mandala of the Rig Veda, Trini Shata, 3 Sahasrani, etc. Now, this is a very large number. If you say 1 lakh or 10 lakhs or koti, you can say it is imaginary. So precise as 3,339 cannot be any imaginary number for the count of Vishwadevas. How did it come is the question. This number, of course, comes up in several of the Vedic texts, which I have shown here in the Kata Samhita, Kapishtala Kata Samhita, so many places. But a clear explanation of this comes in the Brahmanda Purana. So the Brahmanda Purana discusses the way sun and moon, they represent the cosmos, and then how in the Krishna Paksha, the deities are supposed to come and drink moon. All this is actually a Vedic concept. I briefly touched upon the Rig Veda, but this concept comes up in almost all the Brahmana texts, like the Taitiri Brahmana and also in the Shatapatha Brahmana, that in the Krishna Paksha, Soma is taken, drunk by the Devas. Now, how many Devas are there? Brahmanda Purana says each day one Deva comes, and this sequence continues for Trayascha, I have put here, Trayascha Trishataschaiva, Trayas Trimshat Tataivacha, Trayascha Trisahasrascha, Devaha Somam Pibanti Vai. Not only that, it says that this is how in the Krishna Paksha they drink, and in the Shukla Paksha it keeps on increasing again by the Sushumna rays of the sun. That is the model, that is the cosmic model. This is actually a cosmic model. So this number is 33. I'm breaking down here, 303 and 3003. It is the total number. Now, this is exactly same as what is there in the Rig Veda. Now, this is only in the dark fortnight. You can call this count a tithi if you want, or just a count of the nights. Now, if in the dark fortnight you consider 3339, what happened to the bright fortnight, the Shukla Paksha? Time goes on with both dark and light. The total is going to be 6678. Now, if you treat 1 month as nearly 30, let us keep it just a round number. 66 divided by 30 is 222.6 lunations. This is exactly the eclipse cycle of 223 synodic months. Now, we know that the Vedic months were lunar, but the year was solar. Now, if you see later things, a solar year, even the Vedanga Jyotisha, Lagada, and others, they are taken as 371 Tithi or 372 Tithi, one of the two. Now, 6678 can be written as 371 and 18. That means if a year has 371 Tithis, once in 18 years, there is going to be an eclipse, as a lunar eclipse. This is actually the lunar eclipse cycle, which is unfortunately attributed to Chaldeans, which is called the Saros cycle. The Saros cycle, it is not mentioned in terms of the 223 months. There is a more fundamental counting number, that is the 3339 in the Vedas. And many of you have been knowing 18 years is also the Rahu Dasha in Indian astrology. Now, if you take the Savana year, which is taken generally as 360 days, I get 18.5 years is the Pata, which is the nodal period of the Siddhantic astronomers. Now, this was known for a very long time, even though the origin had been forgotten. And you can break it into the continued fractions. If you take 223 and 18 years, the convergents are like this, which I given 62 by 5. That is 62 synodic months is going to be 5 solar years. That is actually the 5-year Yuga calendar. Same thing happens if you take 241 as the sidereal month, 223 as the synodic month, then you get the final fraction as 67 by 62. Now 62 by 5, 67 by 62 is the Vedanga calendar, the 5-year Yuga calendar. Now, in similarity of the Shukla and the Krishna Paksha being presided over by the number 15, this presided over the number 15, unfortunately I can't explain, it is actually a arithmetical problem, a legend attributed to Prajapati, how Prajapati wanted to divide 720 by 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 24. And only when it got divided in 15, he was satisfied. And hence 15 is the primal number. I'm emphasizing this. 15 is the Paksha length, the length of a fortnight. 30 is going to be the length of a month. Month is not necessarily in the beginning, full moon to full moon. It could be new moon to new moon or anything. Or the 2 Pakshas is what is called a Masa or a month in the Rig Veda in the beginning. And this 30 number is so popular in so many places in the Rig Veda. I have shown a few of them. I will not read them. It again refers to the division of the time, the division of the sunrise to sunrise into 30 padas, that is the 30 feet or the steps of sun. And there are so many such relations with 30, which became later on 60, because 60 was a better number to handle because it is slightly more accurate. But 30 muhurta is from sunrise to sunrise is the Vedic concept. It is not the 60 Gatika, which was later after Aryabhata that came into picture. Originally, it was only the Muhurta. Even today, Muhurta is used. 30 Muhurta is something like 24 hours, we say, from sunrise to sunrise. The 30 is important because it is the origin of sexagesimal numbers. 30 into 2 is 60. So you can use easily 60. 60 and 6 seasons is going to be 360. That is what comes up almost everywhere in the Vedas. This is how the concept of time developed. And they measured even the time within a day. See, from day to day, you can do by sunrises, and you can say 1 year is 366 and all that one can do. But how did they do that within a day? In the morning, there were 5 divisions called the Prataha, Sangava, Madhyana, Aparanha, and Sayam. That is from sunrise to sunset. This, I think, in the earliest period, because this comes up in the Rig Veda itself, they divided that into 3 muhurtas depending on the position of sun. Sun when rises, it is called Prataha. And then after some time, it will be Sangava. They give another name description for that. Madhyana is easy, when almost at the center. And we have to follow this because in the northern hemisphere, sun always moves to our right, even though rising in the east. And the Puranas and the Vedas everywhere, it is said that sun does pradakshina of Meru. Pradakshina of Meru would be he goes to the south and then goes to the north. And north is Uttara, it is very high. Ut also in Sanskrit means up, not just north. That word north came up later on. Now, each of these intervals are the kshetra of sun in this sky. Now, slowly, from this, the shadow concept came up, measuring time in terms of shadow. I will not go into that, but the more interesting question, and it indicates the extraordinary intellectual approach of the Vedic people in determining time. There is a legend in the Aitareya Brahmana. The legend is again about Indra. Indra was afraid of the night, it says. I quoted the full mantra here of the Aitareya Brahmana. He wanted to go through the night and he was afraid. So he called all the devatas and asked, who will come with me? So that the night, which is controlled by the asuras, is not going to affect me. It's just a storytelling approach, or an akhyana as it is called, so that it is remembered. Because you remember or recollect that all our tradition was oral till about say the Maurya period or whatever we have is in a oral tradition. So that oral tradition had to have only upakhyanas, that is the stories. Then what happens? The Chandas comes and says, Chandas are the meters. That is Gayatri, Ushnika, Anuštapa, Brihati, like that. They say, we will come with you, we will carry you through the night. You remember the allegory here, the metaphor. Indra is the Kalabhimani Devata, and he wants to go through the night, that is the Kala, and he will be carried through night by whom? By the Chandas, by the meters. So the meters are a measure of time. It is already implied there. And this is the mantra which is said in the Somayaga, even to this day. This has to be done. Now, this is where the reference to time, which is less than a day and which is actually the night time, comes up in the Vedic rites. That's in the Atiratra sacrifice. Atiratra, as the word means, is crossing the night. So the text reads, Tanve Pratmeneva Paryayena Pururatrad Anudanta Madhyamena Madhyaratrat Uttamena Apararatra. It divides the night into 3 units, and each will be by a cycle. Paryaya is a cycle. So by equal 3 cycles, they crossed over is the meaning of this. How did they do that? Now, that is described in the Sayanacharya's commentary. Says, Dasha Dasha Gatika Ekaiko Bhagaha. 10 Gatika is 1 Bhaga. Gatika was not there. Dasha Gatika would be 5 Muhurta. So in the Vedic period, it would be 5 Muhurta. But in the Sayana's time, Gatika was available. Gatika is actually a Gatika Yantra, a bowl which would sink in the water. I will come to that later. Now, this means they had a way of going through the night by chanting. And that is also available in the Aitareya Brahmana. Can't go into all the Brahmana texts, which are very large and very detailed. So the Atiratra Yaga, which is an Agnishtoma sacrifice, in the 17th chapter of the Aitareya Brahmana, it says the Ashwina Shastra hymns should be chanted, covering a part of the night till sunrise. These are all made up of the 7 meters, such that the recitation consists effectively 1000 Brihati verses, each of 36 syllables. That is 36,000 syllables. This is what is used in the Somayaga. Now you see that if 36,000 syllables have to be uttered, because Brihati is going to be 36, in a verse. And all those mantras are available in the Rig Veda. Even to this day, they are available. Now, that is what is called Brihati Sahasram. And there is another name for that, that is called the Prathar Anuvaka. Prathar Anuvaka is uttered even to this day in the various Somayagas. So, the details are available in the various Taittiriya Samhita, Taittiriya Brahmana, and Shankayana Shrauta Sutra. I will not go into that. You see that if you take sunset to sunrise as 15 Muhurta, the chanting started after the somewhere near the midnight, and before early morning they had to come out. So the rate of this would be about 7,500 to 7,900 akshara per muhurta of the Pratharanamaka, what is said in the text. But in practical cases, this may be different. And there are many things which what is given in the text, the shakas, that is the branches, are different. Now we have the Kaushitikis, we have the Aithareyans, we have the Rigvedans, Yajurvedans, so the North Indian version, South Indian version, and then Kerala version, Orissa version kind of thing. There are differences, but the Rigvedic mantras are same all over India. And we contacted one person from Kerala who does this Somayaga. His name is Iti Ravindra Nambudri. His address is also there. And we asked him what is the speed with which he uses this Pratharanavaka. What he did was very interesting. He said, I don't know about any of the texts that you are talking, Aitareya Brahmana. I do as per the Kaushitaki Brahmana text, because my father and my grandfather taught me only that. And we don't do the whole of the, the Brihati Sahasra, but a part of it. That is what's called a Pratika. And his school, they totally used 12,396 aksharas. And that is precise. He wrote and gave us all of that. Which are the mantras they do? When they start around 3 a.m. and go up to 4:15 or 4:20 a.m. That is 1 hour 15 minutes or 1 hour 20 minutes. And these are the things which are used by them always in the Atiratra Somayaga. Now, and he also said it is all in the medium speed, because in the Pratishakyas, there are 3 speeds are mentioned. These are all highly astronomical and mathematical issues, because the concept of mathematics comes here. That is medium speed, fast, and slow. Whatever is medium, it is average by practice. Double that is going to be the fast. Half of that is going to be the slow. This is the medium, madhyama, sputa, and madhyamadhikara are the average thing, are the circle in the circular movement of the planets, which came up in the astronomical things later. So the concept of time is the key for the science in this country, not only in this country, in any place for that matter. Now let me go further. From this, we got an idea that let's collect all the Rigveda texts and see the number of syllables and see how people today do it. So this is an experiment which we did by the recorded Rigveda, one from Banaras, that's the North Indian speed, and one from Mysore, that is the South Indian version, how they do it. So I have plotted the time taken in seconds versus the number of aksharas, the various suktas of the Rigveda. This is published in the Indian Journal of History of Science. Somebody is interested, I can send them. So in the southern speed, in the southern style, Per Gatika, it will be 3,650. Gatika is half Muhurta. So per Muhurta will be 7,300 Aksharas per Muhurta. Northern thing is exactly double or almost double that, because it was at the double speed they recorded. It is not 1/3 or 1/4 or 1/5 or 3 times that or something like that. And the second thing is, if you have to measure time, you need a linear scale. That means as it increases, it should linearly go. If it bends, then it becomes a non-linear measurement like a scale. You have a chain and it gets into other issues. Maybe a time bends and relativity comes and all that. We are not talking of that. We are talking of physical time, which is useful for the common man. And this is actually straight line and linear. And the Siddhantic astronomy people, they exactly took up this. 3,600 Gurvaksharas will make one Gatika in medium speed, and 7,200 Gurvakshara in a faster speed is what the Siddhantic astronomers say. And this actually, you can see, is combined with the years. Now, the year is going to be the Ayana. Ayana is measured in terms of sun, and sun, the shorter one is day to day, that is sunrise to sunrise. The longer one is sun from summer solstice to winter solstice, and again back with reference to the Magha Nakshatra is what they did. You remember in the first slide, I showed of the Maitrayani Aranyakam that Surya Yonihi Kalasya, then Magadhyam Shravishtardantam. That is the statement which comes. Sun, when he starts with Magha, that is the Dakshinayana starting. This is very important because this can be dated by modern astronomical methods. That has been done. And that has been done with reference to another text also, which is the Purana text. Both Brahmanda and Vishnu Purana say the same thing. Sharad Vasantayor Madhyam Vishuvat Paribhavyate Ahoratre Kalashchaiva Samam Soma Samashnute. Not going to the details. What it says is, you can see the circle figure which I have shown here. That is the Maghadi epoch. All the 27 nakshatras are written there on the outer thing. Number 1 is the first day of the summer solstice. And in each nakshatra, sun stays for 13 and 5/9 days as per the Nidana Sutra of the Samaveda. So each nakshatra you can divide into equal number of days. And when you come to the opposite side, it will be 183. And it is the half of the Shravishta. And these are the visible nakshatras, visible asterisms. Today, some of them can be identified, some of them have shifted because of the precision of the equinoxes. But if we take it, the statement of Magan Shravishtarda, and also of what is given in the Puranas about the full moon. Kritikanam yada suryaha pratamamsha gato bhavet, vishakanam tata jneyah chaturtamshe nishakaraha. That is, when in the 1/4 of Kritika sun comes, 3/4 of Vishaka will be full moon. And why it is full moon? Ahoratre kalashchaiva samam soma samashnute. And Vishuvam tadvijaniya devamahur maharshiya. So it is the full moon at that time because it's exactly opposite to 180 degrees. 1/4 Kritika and 3/4 Vishaka will be 180 degrees away. So this full moon search can be done with modern softwares, which you have done. And this, and also the Magha summer solstice and Shravishta half winter solstice exactly comes into 1900 to 1600 BC. This is again a published material. So we see that the definition of time itself in the Vedic period would have been very ancient, no doubt on that. But as a definition of time starting from sun was enunciated somewhere in 1900 BC. The reason for this appears to be several. Precision is one of the things. Second is the Saraswati River drying up and some disasters which happened during that period around 2000 BC. They would have thought about so many things, and so much of observations would have been done, and this would have led to some statements of this kind. And fortunately, we can date them. So at least 1800 BC, there was a definition of time that it starts from sun. But if the Paravidya has to be seen, you have to go behind sun. That is also very clear. So in the post-Vedic classical period, that is in the Siddhanta period, very simple, they did quite a bit of things. As you know, the mathematical astronomy grew so much from Aryabhata onwards. One of the important thing was the connection between breathing, our own breathing, and the aksharas, that is the number of syllables. But all this breathing, syllables, all this count, etc., they're all Vedic. The concept is Vedic. The astronomers, they did standardize this. So standardization for day-to-day affair is very important. So starting from Aryabhata and Varahamihira and his Panchasiddhantika, later on Bhaskara in the 7th century, they brought in new equipments, simple equipments, the sinking bowl, not the outflowing Jalayantra. And in Panchasiddhantika, there is a shloka like this. Kumbardha karam tamram patram karyam mule chidram. It describes what type of vessel you should use for the sinking bowl. And it says, if you repeat this shloka 60 times, the same shloka, it will be equivalent to one ghatika, or one shloka is one vigatika. Vigatika is going to be 24 seconds. One ghatika will be 24 minutes, the modern thing. And this you can see should have been an extremely, extraordinarily intellectual period, that is before the Common Era. There is a Vedic Brihati Sahasra, then there is a Lagvakshara in the Purana. Both Vishnu Purana and Brahmanda Purana gives one Muhurta will be not 14,000 but 13,500. Then Parashara Tantra gives another thing. Vedanga Jyotisha of Lagada gives another measurement. Siddhanta said one Muhurta has to be 7,200 Gurvakshara. And Bhaskara, he gave one more other than the Panchasiddhantika, and that is this Makante Pakshasyante Paryakashi. If these are used, this shloka, you can calibrate this. The reason for calibration is the following. He says that if this bowl sinks 60 times, sunrise to sunrise, that is 60 Ghatika. Now, who is going to sit there and keep on counting? And what one, if doesn't do, then what happens? You have to bring a new one and all that. This is what we know in engineering, in modern engineering. Any instrument has to be calibrated. And you have to have a smaller one for the carpenter or for the, the smithy people. They should fine tune it. And that shloka will be very helpful, not only for them, for so many people. So we did a experiment in Bangalore. We gave the two shlokas, the sample for both Bhaskara and Varahamihiras, and then asked them to record their answers, their speed, and send it.
वृत्तं पूर्णं चन्द्रं मत्वा रात्रौ चेत् क्षुक्षामप्राटंश्चेतश्चेतो राहुक्रूरप्रात्यात् तस्मात् ध्वान्ते हर्म्यस्यान्ते शय्यैकान्ते कर्तव्या.
So it took 23.6 seconds. Obviously, there will be variation in any of these natural phenomena. And what we found was, on an average, it is going to be 24 seconds. That is 1% error is there. Now, this kind of shlokas were developed further also, because even in the functions, the marriage functions and others, today, the Muhurta is fixed, the Gatika is given, so many Gatikas from the Suryodaya, and Vigatika is also mentioned. How does the priest know about the Vigatika? Gatika, you can keep a bowl and see, because Vigatika is going to be only 24 seconds. So there are shlokas of this kind were developed, which they could repeat so many times and know that 3 Vigatikas, 4 Vigatikas, or 10 Vigatikas have elapsed for the particular Muhurta to come. So I'm coming to towards the end. The Vedic definition of measurable time, stated to be from birth of sun, is textually evidenced in the Maitrani Aranyaka in a historical period. It is around 1800 BC. But this must have come from Rigvedic time or even earlier, like the Prataranavaka, Bharati Sahasra, and all that. So Taittiriya Aranyaka explains that time is like a river where time units add up. This unit is important because they are the kala, adding up to form the samvatsara. Because it's a very extremely philosophical question whether time is continuous or discrete. It has to be continuous in one way, but we know it only discretely. Even as I speak, time is going away. So, unique concept of evolutionary modes of life also is inherited. Because of time, it need not be very short, and the question of past comes up. Past before River Saraswati, what happened and all that. That natural history of Irina and Arbuda are available in the Vedic texts. Irina is actually the run of Kutch. It comes up in the Rig Veda. And Arbuda, that Indra hit Arbuda. Indra, you remember, is a Kalabhimani Devata. And he hit Arbuda, and that mountain got reduced. His head was cut. This may be a physical representation of the Aravali River sinking as it approaches the Delhi region, the Delhi Ridge. That is a geological phenomenon where Saraswati dried up and Yamuna River turned to the east. So these things are codified or in a akhyana manner, as in a story manner, they're still there in the Vedas. Now, this is a very older ancient time. Similarly, we have the concept of Kalagni Rudra, and he is held as Irinya in the Yajurveda. Irinya is somebody who is in the Irina, maybe something which fell in the Irina and all that. Now, how this infinite past was also built into our culture, that comes up in the Puranas, and that would depend not only on the Saraswati and the drying up and the impact, comets, and the eclipse period, which I already mentioned, but also of Dhruva being movable. Dhruva is, as you know, is the pole star, the original, the story of Dhruva, all of you know, I'm not going to repeat it. Dhruva was also called Achyuta. Later on, he was equated with Vishnu and all that. But apart from all these stories, the best Dhruva story or the mantra is in the Taittiriya Aranyaka. Was a star in the constellation called Shishumara, which is today called Draco constellation. Draco. That will take too much of time, so I can't go into that Shishumara description with 14 stars, and the tip of that animal was Dhruva, who was fixed. He was originally called Abhaya, the fearless Dhruva. But in the Bhagavata Purana, there is a reference to, of course, there are a lot of references to Dhruva, no doubt. If you take them in only a physical sense or in the mundane sense, okay, you will get some meaning. That Dhruva married somebody, Dhruva's wife's name was Brahmi, and Brahmi's father was Shishumara, and the union of these two, they got two children. One was named Vatsara, one was called Kalpa. But if we see it in perspective, this is time actually. Dhruva, the pole star, who was in the Shishumara constellation, but Shishumara started to rotate Dhruva, that is Brahmi. So he started moving. And this movement between of Dhruva in the Shishumara brought out two new people, concepts, esoteric concept of Vatsara and the Kalpa. Kalpa is the longer period, Vatsara is the shorter period. And you have seen already Nimisha, Thruti, and the Muhurtas and all that. The Kalpa also came up. So this is obviously a Dhruva fixed pole star in the Shishumara going, turning around. And we know that this can be established by modern astronomy very well, that Thuban, that is the modern name of Dhruva in the Alpha Draconis, that was fixed in 2850 plus or minus 200 BC, somewhere around 3000 BC. That was the pole star. And that pole star was the one which in the Hindu marriage rites of the Dhruva Darshana, the Vedic marriage rites had to be seen. Of course, today that original Dhruva or in the Draco is not visible, but a substitute is the present day Dhruva, which is there, the fixed Dhruva, still fixed in letter and spirit. That was brought into vogue in Varanasi, actually in the 17th century, by an astronomer called Kamalakar Bhatta. I can't go into the details again because it comes into the Siddhantic period. He said the Dhruva to be shown to the bride is the one which is at particular latitude and longitude. He gave the coordinates. Now, this ancient time, there is so much of time concept in the Vedas. The more ancient time before 2000 BC or the 3000 BC, how did it come up? It comes up in again through one of the yagas, that is in the Agnishtoma and Pravadya and in other yagas, Agnichayana and Pravadya. There is one particular material which has to be used. That is quite surprisingly called Valmika Vapa. Valmika Vapa is actually a termite mound.
Sir,
It is not the mound itself, but something which is inside. It is a vapa which is like a fungus cover that has to be brought and kept below. It is only the mud which has to be kept before starting the Vedi and all that. Why? The Taittiriya Aranika says, Tevihi Vamrir Asya Bhutasya Pratamaja Ratavarihi. This termite was the first living being which started, or one of the first living beings on this earth, Pratamaja. That is why that had to be kept. Maybe they knew that it was very old, because modern science says termites were 250 million years old. Now, this may be the reason why later on in Hinduism, Saligrama is brought in. Saligrama
sir,
Shila, no, Vishnu is directly present there. No Pratishtha is needed. And this Saligrama is about 500 million years old, the manifestation of Vishnu. Hence,
hello,
the
sir.
sense of past historical time is esoteric, although in religious practices, it is tangible to all of us. So, Puranic societal memory, recent past, and the present continuous. This is my last slide. So, Indra, yeah, I had taken 10 minutes more because I started late.
Sir, please, please
Yeah,
conclude
yes,
in
yes,
1 minute.
because you started me late, so you had to give me this last slide. Indra seeking help from Chandas to travel in the Atiratra led to Brihati Sahasra, making 36,000 aksharas from midnight till birds start chirping. This was the starting of time. So Indra drinking 30 cups of soma started to the longer Manvantara Kalpa and all. And the Vedic advice, Kalam Brahme Chupasita, again the first Maitri Aranyaka, it applies equally to all of us, all people who follow Sanatana Dharma, Vaishnava, Shaiva, Shakta, even atheist. True to this, the primary sources have preserved all this text quite well. Now, prior to this period, before the 3000 BC, the continuing religious practice, what does it indicate to us? It wants us to contemplate on cosmogony and the cosmography of the solar system and beyond. And this is the reason why I agreed to give a talk in this conference, which was about cosmology and Vedic cosmology. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir, for your informative lecture and sharing detailed insights on physical time and the Vedas. So now we will go for the question and answer session. And gentle reminder for audience, please scan QR code or click on the link in chat box to submit your question. So the first question from BAK, Bangalore University. So there are two questions in this. The measurement of time in Vedic times is at best approximate depending on the motion of the sun. Does it have any relevance in the present time, apart from historical curiosity?
Yeah.
And
I will listen. Well, it's always interesting to develop an intellectual approach to our history. So it is of historical curiosity is as good as intellectual curiosity. The idea is this: if we know what is our root, how did we start, how did we develop our own intellectual tradition, the newer generation will do something new. So, without the roots being correctly known, that time is the fundamental thing. You see, the measurement of how did they do in the Vedic time is important for us to know that. The second question is, dimension, they are available. The dimension of the bowl and all that is available. And this has been verified by so many people all over the world. It is not only in India. In Germany, they have tried to prepare these bowls and see what is the error contained in this and all that. So all this information is available. It is not a spherical bowl. I showed you some of the figures. Some of them are available even in the museums to this day. And one of that, which is in the Madras Museum, which was put to test, and the error was only about 0.5% or so for one Gatika. So that is the answer.
Okay, thank you, sir. And the second follow-up question, what are the, please go to previous slide. What are the dimensions of ball used for
No, that I
defining?
answered already. That I
Okay.
answered. The dimensions are available. I can't keep on repeating them. It was actually in the shloka, which Varahamihira gave. He had given the dimension. It is actually a tube you have to take and all that. Since the questioner is from Bangalore, he can come to Jain University. I will give all the details.
Okay, thank you, sir. So next question. Next question from Kumar Ravi, Swami Vivekananda University, Barakpur, West Bengal. It seems that current IKS research often follows a domain-driven approach, scanning many texts for specific fields such as engineering, astronomy, metallurgy, etc. An alternative is a text-centric approach, systematically extracting and compiling all knowledge from individual text for subsequent domain-wise use. How do you access this alternative in terms of its strength, limitation, and practical challenge?
Well, I find both are more or less same. They are overlapping. You can start with some domain, telling, okay, engineering is a domain, all the text in engineering is collected to it, or approach it from the text which is near to you, which is available to you, which has not been published, whatever may be the domain, and start doing it. But the problem is, unless the domain knowledge is brought out, simple literal translation of Sanskrit is of no use. That is, the dictionary based translation of Sanskrit or AI based translation of a technical Sanskrit book, I find it will not be of very little use. I mean, as a scientist and as an engineer, that is my personal feeling. And the reason is all the more important in these exact sciences or positive sciences. If it is going to be in philosophy or in some liberal arts area, it may not matter because difference of opinion will always be there. But in scientific fields, more or less there is large amount of convergence, and there is going to be a way that it can be verified by others. So in science, it should be verifiable. Others also are reproducible by others. That reproduction, as the previous questioner asked, if you have a bowl, will it produce one Gatika today? If it sinks, yeah, with some small variation, with 0.5% variation, it will produce. That can be reproduced. So for that approach, it is important the domain background should be brought out. I think
Thank
I
you
have
very much. Yeah, thank you very much. So the next question from Rajesh, is there any discussion in the Vedic text linking Kala to consciousness or mind?
Well, this is a very loaded question because we are putting up words in English. Kala is Sanskrit. As I said, it is made of kala. That is parts, what you may call quanta or something like that. And when you say consciousness or mind, you don't use the word Sanskrit word Chaitanya or Manas or Prajna or things like that. They are all connected. No doubt. Yeah, there is tremendous amount of discussion in the Vedic text, particularly in the yogic text, the Yoga Sutra, about time and consciousness. It is there.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir, for addressing this question. And now we have the last question for this talk from Yogesh, IIT Bhubaneswar. If the Maitriyaninya Aranyakya Upanishad states that before the sun there was Akala, no time, does this imply that time is fundamentally emergent rather than absolute?
Very fine question. Thank you so much for the question. I think it means it is emergent. That is why it says Para is behind sun. And you know that Suryopasana is the most important thing. And manifestation of sun, from there the time started. The Puranas say that it is 2.3 billion years old. I mean, when there is this Swayambhuva Manvantara, it's 2.3 billion years old. Modern people may say it is 4.5 billion years. It doesn't matter. It is as good as something which is infinitely past. So it is actually emergent rather than absolute. I think so. I mean, in word, so long as this can be expressed in language, it is emergent.
Okay. Thank you for addressing all the questions and for an insightful talk. Now, we would like to thank you for your presence and enlightening us with the physical time and the relation with Veda. And thank you very much, sir, for your presence and lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So with this, we'll now move forward with today's program with our next speaker, Professor M.S. Sriram, President, Professor K.V. Sharma Research Foundation, Chennai, former Professor, Department of Theoretical Physics, University of Madras. He will be speaking on interesting topic of essential features on Indian astronomy. And again, announcement for audience, please scan the QR code and click on the link in chat box to keep posting your questions. And it's my great privilege to introduce Professor M.S. Sriram. Professor M.S. Sriram did his BSc Honors in Physics from Bangalore University in 1969 and MSc in Physics from IIT Kanpur in 1971. He completed his PhD in Theoretical Physics in 1978 from IIT Kanpur. He worked in University of Allahabad for 5 years before joining the University of Madras, from where he retired as a professor and head in 2011. Currently, he is with Professor K.V. Sharma Research Foundation, Chennai. He was the president of Indian Society for History of Mathematics till recently. Apart from his research in physics, he has been working in field of Indian astronomy and mathematics for nearly 35 years. He has published several papers on Indian astronomy and mathematics and also 3 important texts on the Kerala School of Astronomy and Mathematics, namely Yukti Bhasa, Tantra Sangraha, and Karana Paddhati with co-authors, and also a book on the Siddhanta Shiromani, the major work of Bhaskaryacharya with co-authors very recently. Currently, he is working on 2 Kerala texts on astronomy with co-authors. He was elected as a Fellow of Indian National Science Academy INSA recently for his contribution in the area of Indian astronomy and mathematics. So without a further delay, it's my great pleasure to invite Professor M.S. Sriram to please deliver his lecture. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Thank you. Thanks to Varun Agarwalji for giving me an opportunity to give a talk here, and also Dr. Aniket Chaudhary for this kind introduction. So now let me try to share the screen. Sometimes I have problems. Let me see. Well, it's not coming. I don't know. Wait.
No, sir, there is option share screen just beside chat box. Please click
But
and
that
then there
says,
is
allow ask Zoomers to see your screen. Select a window. Okay. 1 minute.
window. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. I should see several options.
Please select among the several options. Please select PowerPoint.
Where is the options? I don't see any options. 1 minute. Oh, I have to go to probably just wait a minute. Desktop. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible. Could you please make full screen?
Full screen, that's what I'm trying to do. 1 minute. Full screen. Yeah. Is it okay?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you again. So I'm talking on the essential features of Indian astronomy. Now we begin with the astronomy in the Vedic literature. Of course, Professor Iyengar has given some aspects of it. The sun is conceived as the sole lord and light giver over the universe. Ekaha suryo vishwamanu prabhutaha ekai voshaha sarvamidam prabhati vibhati. Okay, so this is in Yajurveda, Taittiriya Samhita. Then Mitro Dadhara Prithvi Muta Dhyam. The sun supports the heaven and the earth. The sun is considered as the prime supporter and controller of the world and also said to control the seasons. Suryasya Chakshu Rajasaityavrtam Tasmin Arpita Bhavanani Vishwa. The sun's eyes keeps revolving, on it depends all the worlds. Rutun Prashasat Vidhava Nushtu. So the sun controls the seasons and the winds. Then the ecliptic, which is the path of the sun in the stellar background, is described that Urumhiraja Varunash Chakara Suryaya Pantana Manmeta Vahu. King Varuna, the Vedic god, has made a spacious pathway for the sun to traverse. So this is from the Rigveda. RV means Rigveda. So the moon is spoken of as in the Vedas as Surya Rashmi, one which shines by the sun's light. The dependence of moon's phases on its elongation from the sun is implicit in a description in Shatapatha Brahmana. Tam Grasitvo Deti Sana Purastat Na Paschat Dadrushe Tam Nirjiya Nirasyati Sayesha Adhitaha Paschat Dadrushe Sa Punaha Apyayate Sayetasye Vanadvaya Punaha Apyayate. Having followed him moon, he sun rises. The other one, that is the moon, is not to be seen either in the east or in the west. Having sucked him empty, he, the sun, throws him out, the moon out, and the latter, the sucked out, is seen in the western sky and again increases. he again increases to serve that sun as food. So naturally, they're all related to direct observations, direct description kind of a thing, where the full cause might not have been understood. Okay. The number of planets is given as 5 in a Rigvedic verse. Amiye panchokshano madhye tastur maho divaha. This is in Rigveda. So these mighty 5 gods, Pancha, are seen in the expanse of the sky. And the 5, of course, are Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. In whole of Indian astronomy, till 16th century is a significant period. So only 5 planets are talked about. And of course, sun and moon are also considered as planets. Okay, so that of course will come to. The Shatapatha Brahmana describes the earth explicitly as a sphere. Parimandala uva ayam lokaha. There are several references to eclipses, and it is said that the family members of Atri are well versed in eclipses. Professor Iyengar also mentioned, this eclipse cycle of nearly 18 years and all that, 3339. So that is eclipses are quite recorded and observed, looks like meticulously. So now, the celestial objects in the sky in the Vedic literature, sun, moon, stars, earth, planets, meteors, etc. And these are eclipses, spherical nature of the earth, we all saw that. So now, there are 3 important time markers in the sky. Okay, the day, which is the time interval between successive sunrises. Month, time interval between successive new moons or full moons. And year is the time required for the sun to complete one circuit around the earth in the background of stars. All major civilizations grappled with them and correlations among them. So later we will see that, everything is a little complicated. Day is, time interval between successive sunrises. It was observed later that it is not constant. Okay, it varies with the time, the latitude of the place. It has variations. Okay, and what we consider as a day, civil day now, is an average. Similarly, month is even more varying, fluctuating. Even first of all, there are many months, sidereal month and lunisolar month, what we call the usual lunar month and all that. And even usual lunar month is roughly 29 and a half days, but that also can vary, even from 28 to nearly 30 and a half and things like that. And what we 29 and a half is some kind of an average lunar month from Amavasya to Amavasya or Paurnami to Paurnami, new moon day to new moon or full moon day to full moon. Okay. Year is the time required for the sun to complete one circuit around the earth in the background of stars. You see, so that also, the tropical year and sidereal year, we'll come to that. So the daily motion is there in the left figure. So there is this half sphere, hemisphere, that is, we see in which all the, on the surface, all the celestial objects are situated, and there's a celestial equator which is passing through east and west and passes through the meridian. And this is this plane of it is perpendicular to the polar axis of the earth is perpendicular to this. And any object will move in a small circle which is parallel to this. Okay, it's called a diurnal path. Okay, so there are various angles. We will not go into great detail right now. Our angle, declination, that is, declination will tell us how much an object is away from the equator. Okay, and right ascension, how much is it away from the equinox, and so on. Okay, and this is the daily motion. Apart from that, there is a motion in the background of stars. See, the stars are completely fixed with respect to each other. Of course, not counting the motion called proper motion of stars, which are discussed in modern astrophysics and cosmology. I mean, let us assume for the time being that all the stars are fixed in their angle with respect to Earth from each other. They are fixed with respect to each other, but the sun, moon, and planets move in the background of stars. So this is depicted in the next figure. So you have the Earth, the blue thing. So if sun is at position A, near some star A, so then after one day it will be near some star B. Okay, so that is the one day. Actually, it is a sidereal day, but anyway. So this is the conception of the motion in the background of stars. And imagine a very large circle in space with the Earth at the center and parallel to Earth's equator. Then the ecliptic is a circle inclined to this circle at an angle of nearly 23.5 degrees. So this is the conception. Earth is there, which is the black small distinct ball. So you have the axis of the Earth, and perpendicular to it is the equator, and celestial equator is in the same plane at an indeterminate distance, and ecliptic or called a Kranti Vrutta is inclined to it at nearly 23.5 degrees. Okay, the sun moves along this by definition. Moon is always close to this, and most planets are also close to this Kranti Vrutta. Equator itself is called Vishuvat Vrutta. Okay, so this is the conception. This is the figure in space, and year and months were discussed. Earlier, there was some distinct conception that year had 360 days with 720 days and nights, So, Dwadasharam nahi tajjaraya vavarti chakram paridhyam rutasya aputro agne michunaso atra saptashatani vimchatishta tastuhu. The wheel of time, formed with 12 spokes, revolves round the heavens without wearing out. O Agni, on it are 720 suns, that is days and nights. These in Rigveda, so it's considered the wheel of time. Then, you remember Konark, there are wheels, they are all representing the spokes. They are representing the time, motion when time advances. The months and seasons are discussed in Taittiriya, okay? A year has 12 months and 360 days. 5 or even 5.25 days are added later. You see 360, why we have 360 degrees in a circle, that is intimately related to astronomy. Earlier it was thought that...
Excuse me, sir.
Sorry?
Sir, we could not able to see the screen fully. Can you try clicking F11 on the screen? It may become full screen.
Okay, F11. Okay, sorry. Yeah, but this is coming. This also can be removed.
Okay, there is one more option, sir. Like on the top right, there are three lines.
Yeah.
Above that. Above. Yeah.
Other full screen.
Now, please go to Zoom.
Yeah.
There you can just write to that.
Yeah.
Just write. Yes, please click on it.
No, but this left thing is coming. But I think it is okay, as you can see. How to remove this?
Yes. Can you click on top left side? There is one left side. Left.
On the top left.
Left. Yeah.
No, little down. Right now. Up. Right.
Little bit right.
This one.
Yeah.
Very good. Excellent. Sorry, you should have told me earlier. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I was. So 360 is, because degrees is, it was thought that year has 360 degrees, that is sun moves about 1 degree in the background of stars. Now, of course, it is known that it is nearly 365.25 days. And it is also actually said in Taittiriya Samhita and all that somewhere that it is nearly 365.25, you see. I can't give the exact reference rate. Yeah. Now, the months were Madhu Madhava, constituting the Vasanta Rutu, Shukra Shuchi, Grishma Rutu, Nabasya, Varsha Rutu, Isha Urja, Sharad Rutu, Sahasya, Hemanta Rutu, and Tapasya, Shishira. You see, so the modern astronomy normally considers only 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, winter, but India, it is always 6 seasons and always 12 months. Actually, it is, these refer to both lunar and solar month, it appears, then one additional month was added, Adhika Masa, it's called, even now that is used. So because to align lunar months and solar year, 12 lunar months is approximately 12 into 29.5, 354 days, whereas the year is nearly 365.25 days, or 11 and a quarter days difference. So Adhika Masa was added. We know that is all these things are still used, these concepts. And then Ayanas and solstices were also mentioned in the literature. We had given this figure earlier. So it is equator is there, Vishuvat Vrutta, then sun is moving on the Kranti Vrutta. See, S4 is the lowest point, lowest with respect to the equator. So that's called winter solstice. And then S2 is the summer solstice. In between that is Uttarayan. Okay. So S4 is what happens nowadays at December 21, right? That is the winter solstice. S1 is Uttarayan, which is very close to, yesterday, right? March 21. Then S2 is around June 21, and S3 is around September 23 or so. You see, this is the winter equinox. So this Taittiriya Samhita says, Tasmat Aditya Shanmaso Dakshine Naiti Shed Uttarena. Thus the sun moves southwards for 6 months and northwards for 6 months. So solstices find mention in many places in Kaushitiki Brahmana. For example, at solstices where sun turns northwards or southwards, it rests. This means that the points on the eastern and western horizon where the sun rises or sets does not change significantly when the sun is near the solstices. So that conception is there. And you can represent the ecliptic is, the band around the ecliptic is called the zodiacal band. So you know the zodiacal constellations around that, Mesha, Vrishabha, Mithuna, Kataka, Simha, Kanya, Tula, Vrishchika, Dhanu, Makara, Kumbha, Meena. So these are the 12 constellations which are close to the ecliptic. They are called zodiacal constellations. So as observed from the Earth, sun completes one revolution around the Earth in 1 year. So convenient to divide the ecliptic into 12 equal segments. Each segment spans 30 degrees and corresponds to 1 solar month. Now the names Madhu, Madhava, etc. refer to lunar months initially, however, applied to solar months also. There was some in these things, when you read the literature, there was some confusion, but now I think it is the consensus that both are actually, it refers to both in a way. But now, of course, these lunar months are completely, names are different, and later solar months also. And the 30 degree segments came to be known as Rashis later on and named as Mesha, Vrishabha, Mithuna, Karkataka or Karka, Simha, Kanya, Tula, Vrishchika, Dhanu, Makara, and Kumbha and Meena. So there are constellations of stars situated in each Rashi. Okay, there will be some important bright star in each of them, most prominent thing. And 27 nakshatras also is a very almost uniquely Indian concept, though it was borrowed by other civilizations later, because the moon's sidereal period is close to 27.33 days. That is, the moon covers nearly 1/27th part of the ecliptic per day. So it is natural to divide the ecliptic into 27 equal divisions, also called nakshatras. So each day associated with a nakshatra. They are Ashwini, Bharani, Kritika, etc. up to Revati. So the full list headed by Kritika is there in Taittiriya Samhita, also in Atharva Veda and other places. From early times, the names of the 12 lunar months are Chaitra, Vaishakha, Jyeshta, Ashada, Shravana, Bhadrapada, Ashvayuja, Kartika, Margashira, Pushya, Magha and Phalguna. See, there is reason also for this, giving these names. During most Chaitra months, the moon will be close to the star Chitra or Spaika on the full moon day. Similarly, during the most Vaishakha months, the moon will be near the star Vishaka on the full moon day in that month. This is the reason for the nomenclature. Not exactly, but close to that, because the times have to match. In the recent times, the names of the solar months are also Chaitra, Vaishakha, Phalguna and all that. And of course, sometimes the slight changes, like in Tamil Nadu, it's Chitrai, Vaikashi, like that. Yeah. So this corresponds to the presence of the sun in zodiacal signs, Meena, Mesha, etc. The solar Chaitra is when the sun is in Meena Rashi, etc. The solar month and lunar months are of course correlated. That is the business of the calendar. And I can represent the relation between Rashis and Nakshatras like this. So 12 Rashis and 27 Nakshatras. And so Meena, it is counterclockwise. After Meena, you have the beginning of Mesha Rashi and beginning of Ashwini Nakshatra are the same. So the beginning point. So Mesha covers Ashwini, Bharani and a part of Krutika. Then Vrishtika contains Krutika, Rohini, Margashira and Ardra. So like that, there are various, Margashira, part of Munsing only. So Mithuna next. So like that, So 27 nakshatras are accommodated in 12 Rashis. So this system is still followed. Okay. So these are all ancient concepts which are still followed for our calendrical purposes even now. Now, apart from the Vedic periods, one knows there are Vedangas, various, Vyakarana, Nirukta, and Jyotisha also was one of them. And earlier, it was thought that the Vedanga Jyotisha of Lagada was the only worthwhile text of the Vedanga period. Recent research has shown that there are many texts in that period rich in astronomical content. So this is by R.N. Iyengar and some of his collaborators. R.N. Iyengar has talked just now. So he and his school have been insisting, that we should not talk of one Vedanga Jyotisha. There are Vedanga Jyotishas. For instance, some texts discuss the fact that Alpha Draco in the Shishumara constellation was the pole star around 1800 BC, and that the position of the pole position changed over centuries, precession of equinoxes. So this is also Professor Iyengar talked about just in the previous talk, the precession of equinoxes, which is observed. Okay, so I'm talking about the observations and how it was some other star, not the what we call the Dhruvatara now, and how the various texts, not only Jyotisha, other texts also discuss that this pole position is changing. Okay, a reconstructed text Parashara Tantra by them, the Iyengar and co, based on quotations in later texts, primarily Bruhat Samhita Varahamira, gives valuable information about the motion of planets in the stellar background. Of particular interest for this lecture is the group of texts of a Buddha Gargiya Jyotisha tradition for a period earlier than 1400 BC to even 500 CE. I mean, much later, it comes nearly 2000 years. And in that part, Mahasalilam, some descriptions may be pertaining to 1800 BC. Anyway, you can ask Sir Iyengar more questions on that. He has edited and published it recently and translated it. And in the early period of the tradition, the Mahasalilam is in the early period of this long Rudragargiya Jyotisha tradition. It talks of cosmology and cosmogony. That's why I am talking about it here. Though much of my talk may not have much to do with cosmology as such, but certainly astronomy. Yeah. So There are 108 passages in the text in the form of a long list of queries related to cosmogony and cosmology by Maharshi Vishwamitra and answers, explanations by Garga, Rudra Garga. So there is a description of the primordial creation in the very beginning. Andam Tamaha is a primordial state of the dark matter out of which all creation, including the celestial bodies, emerge. The egg split into two. The lower bowl was widened, and that is the Prithvi, and that which stayed at the top is the vault of the sky, Jauhu, and that which is seen in between the two as an intermediate domain is the Antariksham. All material aggregates, Bhuta Gramaha, disintegrate there in the Antariksham. There are discussions about the creation of the celestial objects, that is the sun, moon, planets and stars, as also the earth and its geographical features, like the various types of water bodies, sea, rivers, etc., rivulets and hills and mountains, clouds, the phenomenon of rainfall, creation of living beings and so on. In all this in this Mahasalilam text, which has been brought out. Also discussed are the phenomenon of day and night, seasons, motions of celestial objects, their brightness and sizes, various time units, and astrology-related matter. Finally, it indicates a calendar which is the same as in the Vedanga Jyotisha of Nagada to be discussed. So it should be remembered that Mahasalilam is several centuries earlier than Nagada's text. So now I will depart a little bit from regular astronomy, because to continue this brief story of cosmology, and there is cosmology in the Nyaya Vaisheshika school also. I mean, most of you are aware that in the Vaisheshika school of Kannada, there are ultimate constituents of matter, Paramanus, and this is Kannada, maybe, I don't know the timing, certainly before 300 BC, I suppose. And this concept is developed in the Nyaya Vaisheshika system. And a composite is formed out of conjunctions which are brought about by motion, karman, which is the cause of conjunction and disjunction. Motion is the cause. Such a motion is very essential for the production and destruction of the sensible world. As the universe of samsara is beginningless and ever-changing, all its products must undergo change. Changes are brought about by motion. And according to the Nyaya and Vaisheshika, motion is not intrinsic but comes from without. These Paramanus remain during the period of dissolution, Pralaya, separated from one another, so that they cannot bring into existence any product for some time till the commencement of the cosmic order sets in. Okay, the initially or at the end of Pralaya, at the Pralaya, there is just all completely dissolved, everything disintegrated into Paramanus. So for the cosmic order to set again after the Pralaya, the Paramanus have to group together to form an effect. This requires another motion. The initiation of motion in the mind and the atoms is attributed to Adrushta, quickened by divine will. So it's called Adrushta, probably is related to consciousness. I am not qualified to talk about that. But Adrushta, certainly the word is used. So the Adrushta as an unseen force is the efficient cause of the world, when atoms are the material cause. So I am just quoting from some important works on Nyaya Vaisheshika school. Now the next slide, I am discussing relation to modern cosmology. These concepts, according to the Indian conceptualization, universe is cyclic. We all know, in the beginning, the universe is in a state of total dissolution with only Paramanu separated from one another. Then due to Adrushta, motion sets in and the composites begin to be formed. So we have the universes as observed. Then there are elaborate theories about, formation of these things, composites. First, Dvayanus are formed from Paramanus, okay? And even then, they also are not seen. Paramanus also cannot be seen, okay? But then afterwards, from Dvayanus, you got Trianus and all that kind of thing comes, So these are the conception, and they're detailed various schools of thought on the formation of composites. And after a long time of the order of the Kalpa, there will be dissolution and then creation. So the Kalpa is conceived as a 43,20,000 years, that is a Mahayoga, 1,000 times that. So 4.32 into 10 to the power of 9 years. So that is a Kalpa, which is a day in the life of Brahma. And in fact, day and night will be actually 2 Kalpas, you see. So that is a conception. And according to the modern Big Bang theory, as you know, the universe begins at some time and keeps on expanding from infinite density at the beginning and keeps on thinning out. I don't think this concept has improved or anything like that. Cyclic universe was also envisaged many decades back, okay, from the Einstein's theory, and even in Newtonian cosmology, the cyclic kind of universe is possible, okay. But now, many people talk as if Big Bang theory is some kind of established. There is no cyclicity. Universe starts from an infinitely compressed state and keeps on expanding. Okay, but you already have heard many lectures in this series on this. There are some problems with the Big Bang theory and all that. So that is, it is by no means. There are so many things which is very difficult to understand. There is this inflationary universe. That is universe expands by a factor of 10 to the power of 50 in a short time scale of about 10 to the power of minus 30 seconds and all that. This is inconceivable. You can't. It is just I don't think it is mainly speculation, and there are a lot of problems. Even people like Narlikar, etc. They have pointed out that, and many people have talked about this quasi steady state universe and so on and so forth. I can't talk about that. But in any case, according to modern cosmology, even whether you believe in Big Bang or you believe in the cyclical universe, but at the beginning, of one cycle, there is, matter at a very high density, infinite density. And the universe consists of only the fundamental particles, all unbound and with no composites, at an infinite density, temperature and pressure. In the Nyaya Vaisheshika school also, the universe is in a state of dissolution with the free Paramanus at the beginning of the cosmic order and also at the end. So to some extent, there are similarities at the conceptual level. Okay, in the modern standard model, that the fundamental particles are earlier it was thought as atom, then it was thought as electrons and protons and neutrons. Now it is conceived as leptons and quarks and gauge particles and all that. Okay, but they are all in a state of they are completely no composites in the modern picture. So there is some kind of a similarity, but however, the ancient atomism in India was a philosophical system as far as I understand, though based on common experience, and has role for Atman, Adrushta, and divine will in the formation of matter. Okay, so that is the Indian concept. So there is this philosophical, at a philosophical similarities. One should not stretch it too far, and there is no need at all, to say that all Indian concepts had some equivalent in the modern physics, or modern physics concepts have equivalents in this. There are some similarities. There are some very striking kind of views, and extraordinary for the considering the fact that they were told so far back in time, but still they are not the same. So one should not stretch the similarities too much. Yeah. So now anyway, now back to Vedanga Jyotisha, now from the heady world of cosmology. So as I had just mentioned, Vedanga Jyotisha of Lagada, there's a definite quantitative calendrical system. More or less, the earlier thing was more or less qualitative, except for the fact that the length of the lunar month and length of the solar year, etc., were some understood, and the eclipse cycle, etc., were understood, but not full, definite mathematical system. So you have a definite system in Vedanga Jyotisha of Lagada. So one verse in it says that when the sun and the moon occupy the same region of zodiac, together with the asterism of Vasava, Savishta, at that time begins the Yuga and the synodic month of Magha, the solar month called Tapas, the bright fortnight of Magha, and their northward course, Uttarayana. So that is clearly, it is at the winter solstice and the beginning of the asterism Savishta Delphini segment. This corresponds to sometime between 1370 BC and 1150 BC. But there is a possibility that it might have been written a little later. It refers to those phenomena, but might have been composed. I mean, the text might be reflecting some observations earlier. Okay. The whole calendar is summarized as 366 days from the solar year. In that year, there are 6 Rutus and 2 Ayanas. There are 12 solar months in the year, and 5 years make a Yuga. And the Yuga, there are respectively 60 solar months of 30.5 days, 62 solar months, and so lunar months, 62 lunar months, and 67 sidereal months. So the calendar, the sidereal year is 366 days because the 5-year Yuga, it is a short Yuga of 5 years, 60 solar months. So sidereal year is about 366 days, exactly. I mean, lunar month is slightly lower than the actual value, sidereal month also slightly lower than the actual value. So there are 2 Adhika Masas in 5 years, or one small Yuga, short Yuga. 3, so probably there are 3 lunar years with 12 months and 2 lunar years with 13 months, with an Adhika Masa in a Yuga. The concept of Tithi is mentioned in perhaps for the first time. I mean, I am not saying that perhaps it is implied in some other place, but here it is definite time unit of 1/30th of a lunar month is mentioned. 15 Tithis in each Parva, that is half of a lunar month. Of course, the actual solar year is a little longer than the actual sidereal year, but there are scholars who argue that corrections were made. I mean, for that matter, sun and moon couldn't have come to the same place after 5 years. That could be observed. You see, it's not very difficult to deduce that they don't come to the same position in space, angle-wise. So corrections were made. That is many scholars like Kupanna Shastri. See, one famous scholar, Kupanna Shastri, he says that probably corrections were made, and this was stated for simplicity. So there are short algorithms for finding Tithi, Nakshatra, sun's position in the sky, etc. Significantly, there is a short algorithm for duration of the day, sunrise to sunset, which varies over the year. So Vedanga Jyotisha is the first of Lagada, is the first text in India to give mathematical algorithms in astronomy. So mathematical means here it is only arithmetical astronomy. There is nothing on planetary motion in this work. So here the motion of the sun and moon are uniform. Okay, he doesn't talk about any non-uniform or slightly irregular motion of the sun and the moon. So the importance of this text is it is a sutra format and gives rules for calculating some astronomical quantities related to sun and moon. So in this respect, it is like Panini's Ashtadhyayi, as you people know that it is Panini's Ashtadhyayi gives rules, sutras for generation of valid sentences, right? In this Ashtadhyayi, and our Pingala Chandas Sutra for prosody, for Chandas. So that also gives sutras, the valid, poetical meters and so on. So this also, Vedanga Jyotisha also has a sutra format, and that is why I think even later astronomy texts have a sutra format. As I told you, the motions of sun and moon are assumed to be uniform. The later astronomical texts of Siddhanta period are far more sophisticated and elaborate, with procedures to calculate planetary positions, eclipses, etc. The calculations are more accurate in the Vedanta, the Siddhanta text. in the Siddhanta text, they are more accurate. In fact, using the Siddhanta methods, one can make it almost very close to modern. Okay, and the calendar is well defined and more well advanced. But the text adhere to the sutra format, and there is continuity in the tradition. So now we come to Siddhantic astronomy. How much time do I have, sir?
Sir, 5 minutes more.
5?
Yes, sir. 5 minutes more.
Oh, 5 minutes. Okay, I'll try to go here. I might take 6-7 minutes. So Siddhantic astronomy, beginning with Aryabhatiya, Aryabhata, Pancha Siddhantika, Varahamihira, these words were mentioned, these names were mentioned. Brahmasputa, Brahmagupta, Siddhanta Shiromaniya, Bhaskaracharya, and all that. This Kerala school, including Nilakanta Somayaji, 1500 CE. The mathematical treatment of astronomical problems, and rotation of the earth is discussed in Aryabhatiya. We always talk of Mahayuga, 43,20,000 years, all the Siddhanta texts. And number of revolutions of planets in a Mahayuga are given. For instance, in Aryabhatiya, the number of revolutions of planets in a Mahayuga with the Yuga Savanudina of this big number is given. Sun is 43,20,000, Moon is 5 crore 77,000, 53,336. Like that of planets also. But to calculate the true position, trigonometry is needed. The development in mathematics and astronomy went together in the earlier days, especially in India. So you have this Jya, concept of Jya. Okay. So if you have a right angle triangle inscribed in a circle, the opposite side is Jya. Okay. In contrast to modern astronomy, is a ratio. Here it is a Jya. So R is taken to be 3438 minutes. So it is different from Greek chords. Okay. Maybe inspired by Greek chords, but it is far more convenient, to consider Jya than the modern sign. So the modern trigonometry is basically Indian, okay? Because the arc and chord relation in Greek trigonometry is far more common, and we don't use them. So modern sign, we use the Indian Jya, except for the factor R. So the term sine and cosine can be traced to India. So Jya is Jiva, then it evolved to sine, okay, because of some these things. I'm not going to that. So there is, for the important thing about Indian astronomy is that everything is given in terms of formula, like duration of daytime. That how it varies, it was given in Vedanga Jyotisha. Here there's a formula, far more accurate. Actually, the more or less a modern formula for the duration of daytime. It is, you have to apply a correction called Chara. So sin inverse, sin phi, sin delta by cos phi, cos delta. These all formulae are given. Okay. So that is the important thing. Whereas in Greek astronomy, everything is, you have to go from arc to chord, chord to arc and all that, far more inconvenient. The formulae aspect is only there in Indian astronomy. So the positions of planets in Indian astronomy give essentially the same results as in Kepler's model. So that is a very important thing. Essentially, I'm not saying that exactly, but more or less, they give the same formula. What you get from Kepler's model is what you get from Indian formulae. Okay, more or less, not exactly. Okay. So the major Indian astronomers and their texts after Aryabhatiya, you have got Varahamihira, Bhaskara 1, Brahmagupta, Lalla, Manjulacharya, the famous Bhaskara, etc. Kerala school, including Nilakanta, Madhava, Parameshwara, Jeshtadeva, etc. And of course, Surya Siddhanta, which is well known. His author is not known. And you have the Nilakanta geometrical model for planetary motion, later in 1500 CE. Copernican model is 1542. This is in 1500. In some aspect, it is better. In this, the planets move around the sun, which itself moves around the earth. Okay, so this is close to typography model. There are some problems with distances, but the model, geometrical model is, somewhat better, I will say, than for calculations. But absolute scale of distances, there are some problems. But it is a very important geometrical model. and some important problem about Mercury, Venus was solved. So this is a quasi-heliocentric model of Nilakanta. And there are concepts of calculus also, to instantaneous velocity, to find out the longitude, the rate of motion of the planet, or gati. So you have the concept of calculus, which are used significantly, and very definitely, I will say, because in instantaneous velocity, etc., are mentioned as said by Bhaskara, Nilakanta, and all that, and more sophisticated things like planetary motion, retrograde motion, stationary points. For all of them, there are formulae. So that is the important thing about Indian astronomy. So sorry, I can't talk in more detail because the lack of time. Just summarize. So we had this Vedic period, with some cosmological, including cosmological idea, then Vedanga Jyotisha, then Siddhantic period, and they're all algorithmic, and formulae are there for each of them. So, they're easy to calculate. Formulae are there. And evolution of ideas are there. It's not as if it's static. So, some ideas were changed to suit the observations. So, it's evolutionary. And also, one should not, and models were thought about. It was just thinking and what exactly those results represented. Okay. And one should not think that it is all just algorithms. There are explanations, proofs, derivations called upapatti there in commentaries. Bhaskara himself wrote a very long commentary called Vasana Bhashya for his own work. So it is, one has to go through it to understand his methodology and scientific thinking. Okay. So it is not just calculation of, the calculation things, which you are clever enough to do well. But there's many people talk as if they didn't understand it that way, which is absolutely incorrect. Bhaskara has laid down, especially Bhaskara, there are many other commentaries. He has laid down, he tells you how a concept arises, how do you explain various results, how to derive various results and all that. So these are all in commentaries or upapatti. And there are various instruments also. I did not talk about it. And already some small discussions took place on clepsydra, that is the bowl with a hole sunk in water and all that. There are many other kind of these things. Okay. So I will stop here. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sriram, for your engaging lecture. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude for nicely presenting features on Indian astronomy. And now we would like to begin our question and answer sessions. So a gentle reminder to the audience, you may continue submitting your questions by scanning code or clicking the link in the chat box. So the first question from Rajesh. Sir, since the sun and moon follow different cycles, why did humans try to connect solar and lunar calendars? Does this show our need to find order in nature?
Yeah, definitely, there is a need to find order in nature. So as I told you, there are both natural units. You see, lunar month is a natural unit. You see, once you can see new moon, full moon, there are observable things. Okay. And similarly, year is an observable thing. You can see the sun, different seasons and all that, and what happens in which month and all that, you see. So there are two observable things. And how they are correlated. You see, these two, so that is a very, this thing, So, it's lunar months are there, which you can easily observe. And you have got a solar year, which also you can observe. So, there's a correlation between. And also, when one knows is that sun and moon, relative period, positions of sun and moon are needed for lunar month. So, naturally, there's a need to correlate their motions, okay, to give some relation between them. So that is how this lunar and solar calendar were connected. And naturally, 12 lunar months is very close to a solar year, but slightly less than a solar year. So naturally, one had to introduce some additional months in some years. That's how it was thought of.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for addressing the question. So we'll go for next question. The question from Yogesh, Aluminous, IIT Bhubaneswar. The moon's sidereal period is approximately 27.33 days, but divided into 27 nakshatras. How accurate is this discretization, and what error accumulates over time?
Okay, there is no error really. I mean, that is, see what happens is that there are 27 days. The ideal period is what one can say is the number 27 is absolute. That is the ecliptic, the Kranti Vruta is divided into 27 equal divisions. Okay, there are 27 equal divisions. And then, so the moon sidereal period is slightly more than that. Okay, so that means that the moon will take longer than a day to stay in a nakshatra. That is all it means. Okay, so that is taken into account by the calendar itself. That the moon takes how much period it takes to stay in one nakshatra. So that is taken care of, and that is calculated, and also very clearly the all calendars will tell you when moon enters any nakshatra. You see that is very distinct. That is, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Now the last question for this talk. Question from Rutvik, Aluminous, IIT Bhubaneswar. Some Jyotisha texts refer to primordial dark state from which the universe emerged. Do you think this is purely philosophical, or does it reflect an early attempt at physical cosmology?
Yeah, I mean, it could be an attempt at physical cosmology. Always, even I quoted from Salilam of Professor Iyengar, right? That this is a primordial egg kind of a thing from which everything was created and all that. You see, so it is natural to think like that, and there are references to Dirga Tamas and things like that. But beyond that, I can't say. That is, it is a conception kind of a thing, and which has some, relation with the present understanding also. So that is all I can say about it. But one should not immediately say, dark state, dark matter, and dark energy and all that. One should not see, because dark matter, etc., have different ways. I mean, with different, they rose in a different context in modern astronomy, right? Rotation curves and all that kind of a thing. So that kind of thing is not there. So it is some kind of a only conceptualization, but exact mapping, I think it is. Maybe a little more mapping can be done. I don't know. People who are studying this Vedic period and all that, they may be able to say. But I can't think of any other thing except some conceptual kind of similarities.
Thank you very much, sir, for addressing all these questions. And your talk highlighted depth, precision, and rich heritage of astronomical knowledge in Indian tradition. And on the behalf of Bhaktivedanta Institute and all the audience, I would like once again express our sincere gratitude to you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for the patience, patient audience, who are been patient to go through that. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. So now we'll move forward. So our final speaker for today, Professor Dipankar Banerjee, is already joined. He's a Vice-Chancellor of Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Thiruvananthapuram. He will be speaking on a topic, Voyage Through Our Heliosphere, to study our nearest star, the Sun. So again, before we proceed, I would like to request all participants to please submit your question during or after the lecture. And you may take a screenshot or directly click a link in the chat box to submit your question. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Dipankar Banerjee. Professor Dipankar Banerjee currently serves as the Vice-Chancellor of the Indian Institute of Space, Science and Technology, IIST, in Thiruvananthapuram, and previously held the position of Director at Aryabhatta Research Institute of Observational Science in Nainital. As an astrophysicist, he holds a bachelor degree in physics from St. Xavier's College and master degree in theoretical physics from University of Kolkata. His doctoral research was conducted at Indian Institute of Astrophysics. He completed 2 postdoctoral tenure at esteemed institutions in Europe. Prior to his current role, he was a senior professor at Indian Institute of Astrophysics. Professor Banerjee is the co-chair of Science Working Group for the Aditya L1 mission. Aditya L1 is the India's inaugural dedicated mission to study the Sun, launched by Indian Space Research Organization ISRO on September 2, 2023. He is also actively involved in NASA's Punch mission. Additionally, he is a fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences, the National Science Academy, the Royal Astronomical Society, and serve as immediate past president of Astronomical Society of India. So without a further delay, I would like to invite Professor Dipankar Banerjee to please deliver his lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, for this kind introduction. Let me try to share my screen. Okay, too many files. I will just come up to the current slide. I hope you are able to see my title slide.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible and
okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I know we are heading into the lunch break, and probably this is the last talk in this series. So I will try to keep it brief and will be happy to answer the questions what you may have. So this first slide gives you an impression that, we are here in the Earth and we are protected from the radiation and the particles which are coming from the sun by virtue of its own magnetic field. And what you see here is this magnetic field structure of Earth, and that has enabled our life on Earth as well. This is a very, very important element. There are, certain cartoons which is drawn inside the sun from observations. We have reasonable good knowledge about what is happening inside the sun. But today I will be primarily talking about certain features which you see on the solar surface and the atmosphere of the sun, and certain activities or big explosions which happens in the form of solar storms. And when such solar storms happen, here is a picture which is shown. They travel through the interplanetary space all the way to the Earth, and it interacts with Earth atmosphere. And since today we are, in the realm of, the space, era, there we have so many assets in space which is beyond our magnetic shield, which is here. And there are also possibilities of now human space flight program, making colonies in moon. So we need to protect these, assets and humans in space. For that, we need to understand when such solar storms can happen and why such solar storms have happened and so on. So that's my subject of today's discussion. So sun is a best studied example because it is our nearest star. So we do have a good amount of knowledge about solar interior as well, where this thermonuclear reaction takes place. And then, the energy is there, and the sun or any star is, having all this energy because of this nuclear reaction which happens in the interior. But today I'm not going to talk much about the interior, but then this is the picture of the solar atmosphere taken from one of the NASA satellites. You see that there are regions on the sun in the atmosphere which are brighter than the surrounding. And these features or these regions, we call them active region, they evolve, with time, and they make a lot of, dynamic, activities as well. Of course, you do any science, you need to go back to history of science. And as you can see, that we need to actually appreciate what our ancestors have done. And in modern science, this is the, I would say, birth of modern science after the discovery of the telescopes. And Galileo Galilei, this is a gentleman, he made a phenomenal change in our understanding of the universe per se. He was also a person who looked at the sun. So he used this newly invented telescopes, and what is shown here in the right, animation is his hand drawing. So what he observed is that on the solar surface there are these dark regions which we call now as sunspots. And we now also know that these are regions where there is a presence of strong magnetic field. 400 years back, Galileo didn't know about it. Magnetic field was not discovered until, little more than 100 years. So, but he still observed that these, features are moving to the subsequent days, and that allowed him to even say that sun is rotating about its own axis, because this is actually solar north. This is the east-west direction, and you could see that sunspot today is there, and the next day it is to the right, and then subsequently to the right, and so on. That is only possible if these sun is rotating about its own object. So sun rotates about its own axis was also pointed out by Galileo, and these are the hand drawing from Galileo, which allows us to really find the behavior of these features. Of course, we have much better telescopes today, and we have much bigger telescopes, so we can have a closer look of these dark regions called sunspot. And as you see from a ground-based telescope of 1.5 meter from one of the Canary Islands, we see these objects with concentrated magnetic field regions. They are darker than the surroundings because they absorb certain amount of energy, so they are not as bright as the surrounding medium, and so on. How does these sunspots come about? These are magnetic structures. As I said, these are like a magnetic tube. They come underneath the surface, and these we call them magnetic field lines. And these magnetic field lines, when they penetrate the surface, it forms a pairs of sunspots. This is a one polarity, and this is another polarity, and they're connected by these kind of loop structure. And sometimes because of some instability, these loops entangle, and then they break apart. And these, breaking apart of these magnetic structures, they give rise to the solar storm. So as I said, that I am going to talk mostly about the solar storms, which happens on the surface or in the atmosphere of the sun. Now, when these, solar storms are happening, here again another movie from another NASA satellite, where you see these regions where there are many sunspots. We call them active region. And after they become, unstable, there are lots of material which has been flown into the interplanetary space. Some material falls back. And this allows us to study these, plasma, material, because solar atmosphere is in a very hot, state. It's about millions of Kelvin temperature. So the state of the matter is in the fourth state of, we call it, fourth state of matter, which is the plasma matter. And then you can study atomic physics, particle physics, nuclear physics, you name it. If you are any physics students are there, how solar physics enables our understanding of these branches, I can really discuss for hours. So here today I'm just focusing on these regions, which are called active region, which explodes. They give rise to solar storms. And when the solar storm travel in the interplanetary space, what is the impact they can make? These same solar storm, now I'm showing you movies taken from Parker Solar Probe. This is one of the NASA's really, really unique new mission, which is really traveling much closer to the sun. And for the first time, we are able to, really see these solar storms almost like in situ, like when the solar storms passes through the satellite. We study the properties of the storms, what kind of matter is there, what kind of charge is there, what kind of magnetic field these solar storms are carrying. So here you can imagine that this is not a very pleasant environment to be. So if you are thinking about a space journey or a voyage through this heliosphere, then you have to encounter the solar storm once in a while, whenever there is a huge explosion happening in the solar atmosphere. So it is important to know when such a solar storm can happen. And as is in our celestial, environment also, that the weather forecast is a very, very important area. So now it has become now a very important thing to understand why the solar storm. So now, of course, theoretically, through simulations, these are all computer, toy, which are generated by a very, very sophisticated high-performance computing devices. They are able to now reproduce that what is the impact of the solar storm when this arrives and when it impacts with Earth's magnetic field. There are effects which happens in we call it the night side. This is the sun side, and this is the night side of the, of the Earth. And if you are traveling within these, different trajectories, through satellites, you are going to experience all these material. You can see there's a huge CME, we call this coronal mass ejection. These are the manifestations of the solar storm, and when they interact with Earth's magnetic field, what kind of effects it can cause in our neighborhood. So this this particular subject area is called the space weather. As I indicated, that we need to know when such a storm happens for a fisherman or a Navy personnel. Now the space companies, whoever is using the space, need to understand when such solar storm is likely to happen. And what are the impacts? It can impact our satellites directly. The satellite trajectory, it can change, because when the satellite goes through the atmosphere, it experiences certain atmospheric drag. And when such a storm is happening, as you saw from the previous simulation also, that entire density was completely changed. Obviously, the atmospheric drag, the satellite which will be facing, will also change. Of course, it can affect our aeroplanes as well. Some of these planes actually go through the very long route through the polar region, and the polar regions are more susceptible to get these energetic particles which are coming from the sun. They try to enter through the polar region to the Earth. That's how you see the beautiful auroras and so on. And you can imagine that if you are flying around those regions, you are getting bombarded by these highly energetic particles which is coming from the sun. So then again, our communication gets affected. So the radio wave disturbance, because we are very much responsible or dependent on the ionospheric condition. All our communications, they get reflected in the ionosphere. So if the ionosphere conditions are changing because of the storm, our communication will get disturbed. We have lots of these kind of electric grid distributions. We have transformers. When such highly energetic particles come, they create induced currents, and those induced currents will directly affect into these grids, and you can have complete blackouts. These are actually happening. It's not all theory anymore. So there have been such many incidences, and now we are getting only aware of the effect of these solar storms. So for all these activities, there are many satellites in space. This is called the Heliophysics Systems Observatory. There is a satellite from NASA. There is a satellite from European Space Agency, from Japanese Space Agency, Russian agency. So you name it. There are many satellites. Some are there within the Earth's magnetosphere. Some are there slightly larger distance. And as I was telling you, these are the most recent ones, the Parker Solar Probe, which is traveling much closer to the sun. Solar Orbiter, again, a very interesting experiment from European Space Agency, which is going out of the ecliptic and trying to see from a different vantage point. So there are n number of such satellites. From India, we've never had anything on our own. So we are actually in a golden age of solar and heliospheric physics now. We could launch our own satellite called Aditya L1. We have traveled to a distance of 1.5 million kilometers away from the Earth and have gone to a very vantage point. We call it Lagrange 1. So Lagrange 1 is a location where we could have a continuous view of the sun. And then also anything coming from the sun, all these particles of radiation, before it reaches Earth, it has to go through Lagrange 1 location. So we have a possibility of remotely looking at the sun and study when such storm can happen, and if the storm happens, where exactly it happens, how it can travel. And then when it reaches the Lagrange 1 point, we can also do properties or characterization of these storm particles, their energies, their magnetic field, and so on. So we call them in situ observation. So it's a combination of a remote sensing payloads and in situ payloads. So this is the first of its kind of observatory class mission. We have multiple payload. We have several payloads, in fact, 7 payloads, 4 remote sensing and 3 in situ observation, which is looking at the sun and the effect of the space weather. There could be many scientific problems which can be tackled by the combination of these multi-wavelength capability. What are the different wavelengths we have? We are looking at, we are seated at L1. We have a solar ultraviolet imaging telescope. This works in a near ultraviolet image. We take full disk images of the sun. We have a coronagraph. What we do is we block the solar disk light, and then only we can see the outer atmosphere, which we call it the corona. Typically, to see the corona, you have to wait for a total solar eclipse. because the coronal emission is 1 millionth time fainter than the disk brightness. So unless you can block perfectly the disk light, you won't be able to see the coronal emission. And typically during the total solar eclipse, the moon perfectly blocks the solar disk. Of course, you have to be lucky to be in the shadow, the perfect shadow of the moon, and travel to that portion of the earth to see this corona. But then artificially, we can block the solar disk light and then also can image and study the corona. That is what we are doing with this visual emission line coronagraph. Then we have two X-ray spectrometer. One is looking at the high energy X-ray and the one is looking at the solar low energy X-ray. As I said, during the solar storms, there are very highly energetic particles which get generated. To study their properties and the radiation and all that, we have these for in situ, this remote sensing instrument. Additionally, we have three in situ instruments. These are particle detector, one from looking at the electrons, then these are looking at the ions, and the magnetic fields properties can be also studied when this such huge storm passes through the satellite. This is a very, very quick glance. I will show you what all images we are receiving from our coronagraph. So this is our coronagraph images. Beautifully, we are able to see very, very close to the limb. You know, this is the first time we are able to study really the spectroscopic properties of these, emission which is coming from the coronal, low coronal heights. So this was not there with any other satellites. So that's the beauty of, our coronagraph, because whenever we are going to space, we are trying to, design instruments which is going to look at certain regions of any astronomical object. You can name it, which others are not doing it, because we have to have our own uniqueness as well. So this is our unique, results which are coming, and you will see many, many results in the real good journals. This is the Solar Near Ultraviolet Imaging Telescope. Again, we are able to record slightly lower atmospheric images. These are the regions, again, where there are strong presence of magnetic field. We call it active regions, and we can study their, dynamics and so on. When these active regions are very, very close to the limb, we are able to capture the initial phases of these explosions. What was happening is we had other instruments in the other satellites, but studying the really source region of these huge explosions and different wavelengths was not there. So we are able to see that in the near UV. We are able to see these huge fluxes changes in the X-rays. And this was a really, really unique period of 1 week in May 2004. Typically, these X-class flares are the strongest flares. Normally, it doesn't happen very often, but it was a very unique week where we could really see these flares, many such flares in the same week. So this was recorded. So these huge spikes corresponds to excess X-ray energy which is being captured by our remote sensing instrument. We looked at the other high energy spectrograph as well, and we could see the similar kind of spikes. And by studying these properties, how fast these spikes are, what is the decay time, we can study the properties of this storm, its generation mechanisms, how it is evolving with time. Magnetometer, as I said, those happened in the sun. But now, after some time, you see that when this magnetic cloud or these storm has arrived in the Lagrange location, we see these huge fluctuations in the magnetic field. And that will allow us to tell, what is the structure, what is the strength of this, and when it impacts the Earth magnetosphere or any satellite in space, how much impact it can do. So all these calculations are now possible because of these instrument availability. Just very briefly, I will say that there are many, many missions in the contemporary period, but there were another mission which is very unique of its kind called Prova 3. Why I'm showing this was also launched by our own, ISRO's PSLV launcher. And the idea is very, very unique. There were two satellites which were clubbed together and sent into the space in a highly elliptical orbit. But when they're really away from the sun, they are actually flying with a formation flying. The idea is that this first satellite, which we call it the occulter satellite, that is creating a shadow of the solar disk light. And the second satellite is observing the corona. So it is like a natural total solar eclipse you create in space. And these two satellites are separated by about 150 meters. So you can imagine that these two satellites are moving with 1,000 kilometers per second kind of speed in space, but they are able to maintain a very, very steady 150 meter. You can imagine that if you have to drive two high-speed SUV vehicle in a highway, maintaining a precise distance between this, and the separation has to be kept at constant, and also the sidewise movement can be as precise as 10 millimeter. You think about it, these are called technology demonstration mission. The coronagraph spacecraft must remain within this shadow area cast by the occulter spacecraft in order to achieve the desired sun occultation. Otherwise, this solar disk light will be not really forming. So you can imagine here it is showing what kind of accuracies are required, and this is really fantastic. And you see these kind of images are coming. It's very similar to the total solar eclipse. Also, it has a lot of complementarity what we are observing. I showed you that green light image from our coronagraph, which has a spectral property. These do not have a spectral property, but it has a polarization property, which also gives you certain indication about the magnetic field and so on. So how complementary it is for a global science. So what is important is to have this coordinating observing plan with our Aditya mission and other contemporary space mission. I indicated here few. This is the Proba 3 mission, which I indicated here. There is a Punch mission you heard in my introduction. This is a NASA mission. I've been involved with that. Then ESA Solar Orbiter is there. So what is important is that science is beyond boundaries now. So it is so important that, of course, we need consortiums within the country to build the community, to build the instruments and to fly with our own satellite. But then the complementarity is also necessary for collaborating with international community, international space programs. So that's a space era. But I would say that this generation is so fortunate. This is the first time in our union budget it was announced that for a ground-based astronomy, there are 4 major facilities are going to be supported by government. I think in my own life, such golden opportunities was never there. We have been dreaming for these kind of, large ground-based telescopes from our own country. But, the largest we could, achieve was a 50-centimeter telescope for solar observation. Now we are talking about a large solar telescope from this beautiful Merak Island, adjacent to the Merak Lake. Merak is the name of the village. This is the Pangong Lake. And then we are also thinking about almost a 14-meter class, segmented mirror new telescope at our existing observatory at Hanle, where currently we only have a 2-meter telescope. Also, we want to upgrade that 2-meter telescope into a 4-meter plus class telescope as a immediate, step, which is Himalayan Chandra telescope upgrade. And then there is a huge planetarium with a very modern LED, panels and so on, also has been approved by the government. So I think a combination of the space and ground-based astronomy is really into a emerging, domain now. So this is my, sort of my baby for last 15 years. We have been working for this National Large Solar Telescope project. We have already done some observation. I spent actually 2 winters almost here looking at this sky conditions and the site parameters and so on. We have this design of this telescope now. So hopefully in 5 years' time, we'll have our beautiful own, one of the largest, solar telescopes in the world from that side. That's all from my side. Thank you for your attention. As you heard, I was also involved with this, our currently the largest optical telescope, 4-meter from Devastal in Nainital. And this is the beautiful view of the Himalayas from our observatory side. So we are fortunate that an astronomy allows us to, look at the space, look at the, at the earth, and then have these divine blessings to do our science. So thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Banerjee, for the fascinating and insightful lecture. I really like the animations and presentation. It was really engaging. And thank you for deepening our understanding to our nearest star, the sun. And now we would like to go for question and answer sessions. So could you please unshare the screen so that we can share our screen? Okay. And meanwhile, I again request audience to keep submitting your question by scanning the code and link in the chat box. So the first question from Soumya Das Gupta, Nicer. Can we say in a star which conditions of a region in the star is responsible for the magnetic field being different there and thus sunspots being formed there? Why only those regions and not others? And second is, can we predict solar storms beforehand and how?
Yeah, very, very good question. So as far as sun is concerned, so it's a, it's a middle age star. So we know what is happening inside the solar interior. So these sunspots, as I said, are magnetic regions. They get formed in the base of the convection zone. So the convection zone is the last 30% of the interior of the solar interior. So when these flux tubes come, so because of the rotation of the sun, and since this convection is there, we have certain models which allows us to sort of predict where these sunspots will come. So I did not talk about it today. These sunspots also undergo activity changes with time. So we call it solar maxima and solar minima. There's an 11-year solar cycle. And the initial period of the solar cycle, the sunspot appears in the higher latitude, and then they move to the lower latitude with the progression of the solar cycle. So we do have a general understanding where there is a likelihood of, these major sunspot active regions will come. For other stars, which are at a sort of a different stages of its evolution, from again models, we can say that where these star spots are likely to happen. So that way we have a reasonable understanding, but again, it is not very, very precise because it's not a very simple linear system. It's a very non-linear stochastic system. So there are variances and so on, but we have a general understanding. The other question, what you said, that is sort of the cradle of everything, that whether we can predict the solar storms. There are lots of effort in that. We have understanding that these regions will give you solar storm, but when exactly that solar storm will happen, that is being always a challenge, because depending on the complexity of these active regions, the time depends. We can observe these active regions continuously and see its progression, and through that we are able to now predict, and the predictions are about 80% with the success. But there are lots of new development happening in this area because of AI, because of machine learning and all that. We are able to feed lots of new data, new models with highly capabilities of the supercomputers. We are making a huge progress. So the prediction is also going to be much, much better now. As you can see, for our Earth atmospheric models also, the same challenges were there, but now things have improved a lot in recent times, and we expect in solar scenario also we'll be able to achieve that.
Thank you very much, sir, for addressing this question. And next question from Rajesh. What type of material used to bear such temperatures near heliosphere, and how the durability of detectors are ensured?
Yeah, very, very good point. I must point out that our own Aditya L1 mission has gone to around Lagrange 1 point. So this is only 1.5 million kilometer, from Earth, but this is only 1% of the distance from between the sun and the Earth. So it is not really that adverse, and the conditions and the temperatures and all that are not so high. But there are other missions like the Parker Solar Probe and Solar Orbiter that has really, really required a completely new type of material. They had lots of composites. They had a shield in front of the telescope also. So in fact, in the technology, it was a huge challenge and demonstration what kind of composite material you can and how thick that material should be ahead of the telescope to protect these telescopes. Also, I must point out the Parker Solar Probe is not able to look at the sun at all. They're actually looking away from the sun, because if they look at the sun, they will be burnt away. So that way they are looking much away from the sun and trying to capture those solar storms when it comes out into the heliosphere. So Parker Solar Probe is sort of a really a highly material science technology demonstration, you can say. Similarly with Solar Orbiter as well. So these sensors, as you rightly pointed out, needed to be tested in a laboratory in such conditions. So we call it hardening. They are bombarded with a lot of particles, and these sensors are not the same as you will find in the market. Each sensors cost several crores. So these are really very sophisticated new sensors which are developed only for this purpose, and they're tested as well. And in fact, I was told from my ISRO colleagues and all that, you buy 100 chips to make such devices, and then after testing, almost 90% is thrown away into the basket. So only 10% gets qualified. We call it space qualification for the final journey. So that way, this is a very challenging task of selecting any electronic equipment, sensors for space missions. That's why a space mission typically costs 10 times more than a ground-based facility.
Yeah, selectivity is always challenging. So thank you, sir. So we'll go for our next question. Question from Dr. Bharat Pandey, Government PG College, Ranikhet, Almora, Uttarakhand, India. Sir, since the heliosphere defines the boundary between solar influence and interstellar space, can we think of it as a living shield whose fluctuation not only respond to the sun's activity but also reshape our exposure to cosmic radiation? And could this interplay be hidden driver of planetary evolution and climate?
Yeah, it's again a very interesting and thought-provoking question. You're right. We are all in the journey of the cosmos. So how far we can go, this is again will be a question that can we go beyond heliosphere? Heliosphere means all the planets, our solar system and beyond. So we have not been able to travel directly to that far. But of course, there are now thought processes going on to use moon as an intermediate step. You travel from here in the moon, you refuel your satellite, your rockets, and then try to go for an interplanetary space journey. So this is still a hypothetical thing that when we will be able to do it. But as you rightly pointed out, that the life or the understanding of things are crucially dependent on this magnetic shield, the heliospheric structure. We are here because Earth has magnetic field. Earth has its magnetosphere. If the planet did not have the magnetosphere, we would not have existed. So, but the same with the problem in the moon also. Moon doesn't have a real internal magnetic field. It has some induced field, but that's not enough to protect us from the solar radiation. So, if we want to think about having some colony or any other travel, we have to think about the interplanetary magnetic field structure and that near that planet environment as well. So, but of course, for our understanding, this is again a journey which we have to do to go beyond and then try to see in situ, what are the properties and so on. So this is our, of course, dream problem. And we would definitely like the coming generation to address this.
Thank you, sir, for answering the question. And we would like to take another question from BAK Bangalore University. How do you explain the 11 years period of sunspot cycles?
Okay. Yeah, this is for me comparatively easier, but I will explain what is the background of this theory. So what happens is the sun, as I indicated, sun rotates about its own axis, but it doesn't rotate uniformly. It will rotate differentially. It's the equatorial regions actually rotate faster than the poles. So and these magnetic flux concentration, which we call magnetic flux tubes, they come from the from the underneath. When they float out, they are sheared. They are getting twisted, because you can imagine that if I am coming out, my head is being rotated at a slightly slower pace, and the tummy is rotated faster. Obviously, there is a shear in my body. So these magnetic tubes, they experience that, and that is one of the reasons for their generations, and they come into the surface. But then these flux concentration which are there on the surface, they also die after a certain time. And as I indicated, after a certain period, you will see that these sunspots are actually coming more closer to the equator. And there are certain smaller fields, they go to the poles. And then from the poles, those magnetic fields are getting advected to the base of the interior of the convection zone. So this is a more or less a cyclic thing. And we explain in terms of a dynamo theory. It's very similar to the dynamo in your bicycle. You do your cycling, and because of your motion, you generate the electricity, and your light is being grown. So one form of energy is giving rise to another one. So here also in the sun, because of this rotation and convection, we are able to generate the field. And then if you solve that equation, you will see that the periodicity comes as 11 years. As I was mentioning earlier, if there are other stars where you put your different parameters of convection and the magnetic field strength and all that, you will find a different periodicity. So this is directly coming from the dynamo equation, its solution, that the 11-year periodicity is the most dominant period.
Thank you, sir, for answering with very nice analogies. So we'll take next question. Yes. So the question from Rutvik, Alumnus IIT Bhubaneswar. Can you tell more about Lagrange point? Also, do we get solar type storm from other stars?
Yes, thank you. Both are very good questions. So Lagrange points, actually for a two-body system, if you take a third body in a three-dimensional space, then there are certain stability point. So at Lagrange 1, if you put a satellite around its that particular imaginary point, it's an imaginary point. This is it's like a fictitious point where their potential has to be minimum. So in that orbit, the force between the satellite and sun balances the force between the satellite and Earth. Because when you have to make it in orbit, you need always a centripetal force. So the centripetal force is being provided by this force balance. Because it is moving, it is not actually stationary at a single point. It is rotating in a big orbit around the Lagrange point. And to rotate that, whatever centripetal force is required, that is being provided by this force balance, the two forces. One is the force between the satellite and the sun, and the force between the satellite and the Earth. So this is Lagrange 1. There are 4 other Lagrange points also for a two-body system. So this is again the famous scientist Lagrange, mathematician. In fact, he identified these from the minimum energy consideration and potential calculations on all that for a three-body system. The other question what you asked about the stars, yes, there are CMEs from other stars as well. So as I indicated, the stars need to be magnetically active. So now we know that there are other stars which also gives rise to flares, and in fact sometimes it can give rise to very, very big flare, much stronger than what we have so far observed. In fact, now we speculate if such very, very strong flares which are seen from the other stars, if it happens in our case, then our really our life could be in danger. There could be huge storm, and that will really destroy a lot of stuff. So the answer is yes, there are many other stars which gives rise to stellar storms as well.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Sir, if you permit, can we ask more 2 questions?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So Professor Banerjee, it is great that we are worried about solar storms, but what about storms on our own planet? Wars, huge disturbance, how to take care of those?
Yeah, I think this is a very important and philosophical question. I'm sure we all understand. Science is there for our better life and peace. This is unfortunate, actually, that we are not able to control all our aggressions, which is unnecessary generating these disturbances. So I empathize with your question, and we are also very much concerned that these are some disturbances which can be avoided. I do not know whether we are responsible for this. to be honest, since you make them ask this question, we are also responsible for our own planet. We are not worried about environmental issues. We go on cutting trees. We are not environment friendly. It is also going to affect us, the next generations. So I think just studying or doing science is not enough. We need to have this understanding what for our advancement is. Science is helping us to take the technology to the next level, but it has to be used for peaceful means only. So that is always a question, whether this nuclear energy generation, alternate sources and all that are favoring the humankind or not. So we need a balance. And so this, how much we can control ourselves and be empathetic with people living in the other side of the globe. This is very important, and I expect that the younger generation, all of us, should voice this requirement. Thank you for asking this question. I think this kind of sense of humanity is very important. It's just not good enough for doing a lot of research or study and no sense for nature or the rest of the world.
Yes, totally agree. I mean, not scientific advancement is not enough. Like even our yesterday speaker also talked about that. This is deeply rooted in ourselves, our own mind about the environmental. So thank you. And today's last question I would like to take. What type of radiations do we exactly detect in the experiments, especially in Aditya L1, and what other factors are being measured by the instrument in the satellite to get an overall idea of the research subject?
Okay, so Shomo, first thing is in terms of the radiation, since as I indicated, the solar atmosphere in a very highly energetic and high temperature, it emits all kinds of radiation, from optical, very highly ionized emissions you can have. You will have X-rays. In fact, in terms of very big flares, you can even have gamma rays. Of course, you have UV light, you have near UV light. So you have the full spectrum of energy which is being radiated out from the sun. So that's why we have these multi-wavelength instruments. So we have capabilities from Aditya L1 to look at the optical. We have UV, we have X-ray, we have near infrared. We have also infrared detector on board. So that's why this radiation is fully with the energy spectrum, and also along with that there are particles also. So when such flares do happen, then the particles get accelerated and they travel through the interplanetary space, and before they reach Earth, they will be detected by our in situ particle detectors. So we are able to detect electrons, different ions, helium, alpha particles. All these charge by mass ratio and all that allows also to characterize the properties of these particles, and of course cosmic rays from sun and also other galactic sources.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. So thank you for addressing all the questions very nicely and clearly. And it was truly a fitting conclusion of today's session and for our complete Voyage Through Cosmos lecture series. And on the behalf of Bhaktivedanta Institute and all audience, I would sincerely like to extend our gratitude to you for sharing your experience and your thoughts. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Yeah.
And now one announcement. So this is the publication from Bhaktivedanta Institute, Vedanta and Science Series, Life and Origin of the Universe. Unlock the secret of cosmos in a ways you never experienced before. How did it all begin? From the expansion of Big Bang theory to complexities of general relativity and quantum mechanics, our understanding of the universe is constantly evolving. In this fascinating publication, Life and Origin of the Universe, Dr. T.D. Singh bridges the gap between modern physics and deep philosophical inquiry. explore the mysteries of space-time, the nature of consciousness, and the search for a unified theory through a rigorous yet fascinating lens. Perfect for those who seek to push the boundaries of conventional cosmology. Dive into the dialogue today by visiting the website store.viinstitute.org. So you can directly visit our website and you can also purchase this. So with this note, I would like to thanks once again. We extend our gratitude to all our speaker dignitaries and all our participants for joining us today, and looking forward to see you all in our upcoming events. And thank you very much. And I would like to hand over to Rutvik for further announcement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Aniket. And now we will play one small video of our publications. So once again, thank you so much to all the participants. Now we formally closed our 7 days event on Voyage to the Cosmos, and we had a wonderful discussion by an esteemed speakers like Professor John Schwartz from Caltech. He is one of the leading founders of string theory, and we also had Professor Avi Loeb, who is from Harvard University, and Professor Andre Linde from Stanford University, and Professor Mario Livio is one of the famous person who was formerly from the Space Telescope Science Institute, and Professor Manoranjan Sinha, and many other esteemed speakers. So we had wonderful discussions and on various topics like we had discussion about the Big Bang, string theory, and more, like decoding the dimensions of the universe and looking at the universe like planets, galaxies, and clusters, and many more, like space and and of course structure and purpose of the universe, are they related? So we had a very good topics. So, and formally I thank everyone from core of our hearts for joining us for this 7 days, and thank you so much, and we hope we see you in our upcoming events. Thank you so much.